goat.
Do you mind sitting on this side just because the delegations are going to use that?
Good. I'm going to call the electoral areas select committee to order for Monday, October 4th. We have Director Grieve and myself here at the Civic Room, and Director Arbor is on Zoom. I want to acknowledge that we are meeting on the unceded and traditional territory of the Comox First Nation, who have stewarded this land since time immemorial. We have a number of people here as well, and so I just want to mention that the emergency exits are on the left of the room or through the door that you came in, and the muster station is outside in the parking lot. We have a number of delegations today. The first one up is the TELUS Communication Tower, 3505 Dove Creek Road, with Mr. Brian Gregg from Site Path Consulting. For receipt, moved and seconded, and I'm going to turn it over to Brian. Welcome. Oh, I think you're muted, Brian.
Perfect. Thanks for having me. I'm going to share my screen if that's okay and run through a brief presentation.
Yep, go ahead.
Okay. Okay, is this visible to you all?
It is.
Okay, great. So thanks again for having me today. I'll just briefly walk through TELUS's proposal for communication site at 3505 Dove Creek Road in the Comox Valley Regional District, west of Courtenay. So I'll explain sort of the proposal, what TELUS's objectives are, our site selection rationale with a little bit of design detail. I'll walk through the consultation process and the results of that, and then conclude with our request for land use concurrence. So as some of you may know, this proposal is in response to longstanding requests for service, not only from community members, but also I believe even some people on the regional district board have inquired, including at our prior meetings regarding our proposal for Robinson Lake. TELUS's network is actually at capacity specifically in this area. And so one of the objectives is to actually offload traffic from the much taller tower that you're probably all aware of in Courtenay. And in order to do that, we need an installation in the Dove Creek area, and it has to be situated a certain distance away from that tower in Courtenay, the way the frequencies work, if we're going to be able to offload the traffic from that tower that's at capacity. So effectively, we're proposing a 62-meter tall self-support tower at 3505 Dove Creek Road. So the objective, as I noted, is to offload traffic from the tower in Courtenay, but also to deliver, of course, voice service, so cell phone service, and importantly, wireless high-speed internet access. So our search area is basically bounded by Dove Creek Road, Condensory Road, and Piercy Road. So it's a fairly defined area that's maybe a kilometer or so, spans a kilometer or so, plus or minus. So there is a degree of flexibility, but what I've been trying to communicate to some of the interested parties is there is also a degree of precision there. As the network matures and we're trying to offload traffic and infill service issues, there's often some fairly specific locations where we need to site the infrastructure. We chose this property within the search area because it's a large lot. It's about 66.8 acres. Appears to have reasonable setbacks from many of the adjacent residences. And it's also close to supporting infrastructure like power and access roads, etc. So we don't need to, clear a bunch of timber. We can also locate on the fringe of this large lot, thereby mitigating the need to effectively take up a bunch of redundant space on the ALR land. So this is, in a way, quite similar to the proposal we had previously done in Robinson Lake. Here's an aerial photo. You can see the subject property is basically this large brown shaded or brown colored cleared piece of farmland. To the north, you can see there's a grove of trees. that we're hopeful will screen partially views of the tower from some of the residences further to the north. And again, Condensary Road provides access to the proposed tower site. There's actually an existing gate and a driveway there already that we were intending to use, so that we're not, clearing again redundant space. On the left, you can see a tower profile drawing. It's a 62-meter tall lattice structure. So this is a self-support tower. There's no guy wires or anchors. And this type of design really minimizes our footprint on the land. Basically, the total area of our right-of-way is 15 meters by 15 meters. So, and you can see we're right next to Condensary Road here as well. And again, using this existing driveway. You can see in these photo simulations, on the left, it's a view looking northwest. In behind, there's that grove of trees that I mentioned, at least partially blocking the view of the tower. Of course, we do need to be above the trees with our antennas in order to get the signal out. And then here's the view looking again down Condensary Road, southeast, from basically behind those trees. So I guess in our toolkit, this is a fairly routine, averaged sized tower structure. And as a reference point, on the taller end is the example that's in Courtney. That's 110 meters tall. And this is 62, including the lightning rod. So about half the size. So in order to move forward with any tower proposal, we're regulated through Innovation, Science and Economic Development Canada, and we have to stick to not only their process requirements, but also regional districts requirements if there are tower siting policies or protocols. And in effect, the CVRD's official community plan, I believe, requires us to host a public meeting, which we did do digitally, and to explore options for co-location if there were any existing structures that we could use in the area. So we did host that public meeting, and we confirmed that there were no opportunities for co-location. Above and beyond that, we followed the federal process, which basically entailed a mail out to property owners within a radius of 3 times the height of the tower. And we actually expanded that so that it wasn't measured just from the location of the tower, but actually the property line. And we did 2 newspaper notices as well. And then the process concludes with us requesting land use concurrence, in this case from the CVRD board. So during the process, we received comments directly from 11 community members. 9 of those stated concerns or questions. 1 stated support, and then 1 commenter just had quite a lot of questions, but didn't appear to state support or opposition. Concerns were largely around whether there were alternative siting options. There were concerns that, we're locating potentially on agricultural land in a residential area. As is common, people had questions about health and safety, visual impacts. And then a common theme too was whether basically having this tower and the related services could somehow impact one's rural lifestyle or agricultural lifestyle, I guess. Stated benefits were people were just, I guess, the one person that stated support was thrilled that service would be improved and that this would facilitate transactions on their farming business through the wireless network. A petition was also delivered against TELUS's proposal, and I didn't count all the signatures, but there were a lot on there, and so that should be noted. I think, though, in the preamble at the top of each page of the petition, it did allude to there being an alternative location close to Inland Island Highway. And we just wanted to point out that we did review that closely. And unfortunately, it's just too far away from the site in Courtney that we're trying to offload. And also too far away from the population in Dove Creek if we're going to deliver wireless high-speed internet access. So while the petition is, I think, noteworthy, I am also a bit concerned that some of the people who signed it might have had an impression that there was a viable alternative pointed out, and that maybe they thought that was feasible. And that's part of the reason some people may have signed that petition. And really, again, we do need to be much closer to the end users, somewhere within Dove Creek, bounded by Dove Creek Road, Piercy Road to the south, and Condensary Road. So that's kind of our search area. So what I've tried to do with those people who stated concerns was to get the conversation pointed towards some, well, what we thought would maybe be constructive or achievable ideas. So things like, can we paint the tower green? Could we consider a different structure type, like a monopole instead of a lattice tower? If we put attractive cedar fencing or landscaping at the bottom of the tower to screen the equipment, would that help? Could we maybe shift the tower slightly on the subject property? Of course, if the landlord's willing. Those are the kinds of things that we can look into readily implementing. But so far, the only feedback I've received, to my knowledge, is basically that we should completely leave Dove Creek and go to Inland Island Highway, which unfortunately isn't feasible for TELUS to solve its problems on the network. So as a result, although we acknowledge the, I guess, varying perspectives on the proposal, given our lack of knowledge of a better alternative, we would still like to request land use concurrence. And here on this slide, I've provided some proposed wording. I will not read it, and I'll just leave that with you all, and certainly welcome questions.
Thanks, Brian. I'll just wait and see if there's any questions from the directors. Director Arbour.
Yeah, thanks. And thank you, Brian, for the good presentation. Got some familiarity with the area for sure, but I guess my main questions in your presentation, and recognizing this is a delegation, we're not actually debating the merits fully in a formal way today, but you mentioned that one of the purposes of the tower and one of the reasons why it could not be moved to the Inland Highway, you made a reference to offloading a Courtney tower or a Courtney site or something like that. So right. I have a dual question on that. Can you give a little more information about that aspect, whether it's a tower you're decommissioning in Courtney and you're hoping to service that area, where that area is? And second, what is the kind of radius that you would expect for the tower to service from that particular location, like going up towards Burns Road and et cetera? Like, if you can talk about those two elements a little more, that would be helpful for me.
Absolutely. So we're not decommissioning the existing tower in Courtney. What I meant by offloading traffic is that basically, so all towers have what we call sectors, which is basically an array of antennas that cover a certain radius, right? Because of course, the antennas provide coverage on a 360-degree radius. And so the sector or the section of antennas that is pointing towards Dove Creek from Courtney is at capacity. And the reason is there's too much demand on that tower. So people in Dove Creek are actually currently connecting to that tower in Courtney, and that's creating traffic on that network or on that tower. And the only way that TELUS feels it can solve that problem is to infill the network with another tower. That tower is just too far away, the way the frequencies work for things like data service and internet access, to reliably provide those services in Dove Creek. So that's sort of what I meant by that. What I'm going to try to do, I'll pull up some, I'm going to stop sharing my screen here if that's okay, and then I can actually pull up some coverage maps. I think that would better answer your questions, because in full transparency, I don't know all the street names. Just one moment, please. Me. So those should be up now. Can you see the coverage maps?
Yeah, the purple ones.
Yes. Okay, perfect. So, of course, purple's coverage. And I have before and after for voice. And then the next slide is for wireless high-speed internet access. So I'm not sure how large your screen is. I realize this might be a bit challenging to see, but up top, so these are both for voice. This is before. There's pretty good coverage, but as you can see out to the west, there are gaps as you get towards Inland Island Highway and also in parts of Dove Creek. So this facility will infill those coverage gaps. But currently there is coverage. As sort of noted before, one of the issues is capacity. So there's, I guess in broad terms, there's two types of installations we have. We have coverage sites, which are installed into areas when we have no pre-existing coverage and we're trying to put that in place for the first time. That's not the issue here. We have some coverage. The issue is that the network is at capacity. So we're having to add that capacity. And basically what happens as that tower in Courtney, for example, reaches capacity, the coverage area shrinks. And what ends up happening is people on the fringe of the network start dropping calls or even getting blocked completely from accessing the network at all. So that's sort of the first piece, is this voice element. And then as we go further down to the next slide, this is for wireless high-speed internet access. And those frequencies operate quite differently and don't travel nearly as far as the frequencies used to deliver voice service. So, and I get these questions all the time. People will ask me, well, how come you used to be able to have your towers, numerous kilometers away from where people lived, up on mountaintops outside the community? Well, that was because we were generally just providing voice service in years past, and that's all people expected. But now when people connect to the TELUS network or with any provider, generally speaking, a lot of people expect dependable data service, so they can load video content and emails, and perhaps even connect to TELUS's product called Smart Hub, which is basically wireless high-speed internet access at home. So you can see here, the wireless high-speed internet access currently is quite spotty, especially I guess to the west and northwest of Dove Creek. And then we believe if this facility is approved, it'll infill that quite a lot. It won't be perfect, but again, that's because those frequencies don't travel nearly as far. And this is, of course, I should caution everyone, it's just an estimate. It's based on software, it's predictive. It's really hard to know with a degree of precision until a facility is actually built. Things like tree heights and even building materials, if someone has a metal roof or what have you, that can really affect one's signal locally.
Thanks, Brian. Director Arbor, did that answer your questions?
Yeah, no, thank you. That it did. I'm sure Director Grieve will have more questions.
Sure, and he does. Thank you, Director Grieve.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, just curious, Brian, you just talk about the frequencies that are used for high-speed internet connection. I take it that they're a high enough frequency that they're basically line of sight in so far as how much they can service?
Yeah, to a degree. Effectively, if there's significant blockage, like if people have a lot of tall trees or other physical clutter, as we call it, between them and the facility, the service could be limited. The frequencies can, well, as we all know, like you can still pick up a call and use your phone in a building, so it's able to penetrate through to that degree, but the quality of service can be severely limited. And so that's why we do need a tower that's taller than the trees, for example. If we were below the tree line, the signal would be immediately blocked.
Well, I know it. Yeah. Okay, good. So what kind of frequencies are we looking at here?
I can pull them up for you and read them.
How many megahertz?
Yeah, one moment. I'm just going to pull up the list from our engineer. It's different for each site, and I don't have it memorized. 1 second.
Well, rough and ready, like a ballpark.
I'll get it for you here. Okay, so we have 600 megahertz, 700 megahertz, 850 megahertz, 1900 megahertz, 2100 megahertz, 2600 megahertz, and 3500 megahertz. I know that was a lot, so I can read it again, but it's 600 up to 3500 is the range.
That's quite a range.
Yes.
Okay, and roughly how many watts of power are the amplifiers pushing the signal? You know?
I don't have that off the top of my head. I can
Anything
get that
in
for you
ballpark?
from our engineering team.
Okay, so, but would you have a safe estimate comparison to other towers?
I can tell you it's a routine installation, really the same as the one in Courtney that's already there, as well as several others in the area. But I just don't have the specifications in front of me, because basically each antenna model and each device is a little bit different, and I don't have it memorized. And I'm also not a professional engineer, so I really am reluctant in a public forum to speak out of hand with regards to that. But I can tell you it all complies with Health Canada's safety code, and we'd be happy after this meeting to actually give you very accurate information, maybe even the exact specification sheets from any manufacturers of the equipment.
Answered almost like an engineer. We get those answers from our engineers all the time, unless they actually have the absolute facts. They're not going to guess.
Yeah, I don't think I should here, but I can tell you one thing generally, and this is not the answer to your question, but the entire site only needs 200 amps of service.
Oh, okay.
That's about the same as a single family home. And that's for future proofing of it as well. So a lot of people, I think there's a misconception that cell sites are almost like a high voltage power line or something, and that it's high power and it's going to be, blasting out this service at an unsafe level. That is not the case at all. We actually have to keep the power at a low enough level that it won't interfere with that adjacent site in Courtney, for instance. The frequencies will be reused because they're the same. And if the power is too high, it would interfere.
So not enough to even power the stage at Music Fest. Okay, the other thing I was going to ask about, and I know you're going to big off on this one too, because it's not your realm of expertise, but recently we had the same kind of proposal come forward on Macaulay Road. And when it went to our advisory group, it was suggested that because they had the fiber optic cable that's going to serve the tower going all the way up Macaulay or halfway up Macaulay, that they could drop it down to service the DSL copper lines as well. So am I right in assuming that TELUS has no real appetite for hardwired systems anymore?
So I did manage that consultation and the board meetings as well, and committee meetings for Macaulay Road, and I remember those questions. In full transparency, TELUS, as you know, is a large business. I wouldn't suggest that because we're putting in wireless infrastructure that somehow that's committing that TELUS on the wireline side, which is actually a separate corporate entity even, would never be interested in expanding their wireline infrastructure or fiber in communities. Many communities have both dependable wireless infrastructure and access, as well as fiber and or copper or DSL services. And, indeed, I would say most communities desire both. So one doesn't replace the other. Obviously, wireless service allows mobile access. Fiber would just be at one's home or place of business. So one doesn't replace the other.
Okay.
That's not
well, let's not get confused here. I think they tried to spin it that way the first time, that we were asking for fiber optic hookup to all the residents, when in actuality, we're just asking to boost the existing copper line system.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So
and
basically you're saying, okay, just basically though, you're saying that, separate corporate entities, that's always handy to have. And we did make a request, and we've got no response, to my knowledge, back from TELUS on our request to consider dropping down the boosting the copper signal at the line. So, So we're back to the same kind of a situation. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it sounds like this is going to be quite a contentious issue in my area. As you know, we've been looking for some high-speed internet service, being that we're just a hop, skip, and a jump away from the municipality. And whenever there's grant funding available out there, it's either for remote or Indigenous communities, neither of which is the Piercy Macaulay corridor. So it's going to be interesting going forward, and I wish you all the luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Brian. Will you be able to stay on the line? We have a couple of other delegations, and then there may be issues that we may need to refer back to you. Is that a possibility?
Yeah, I'll stay around for that period
Okay.
of time at a minimum.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
So on receipt, all in favor? Any opposed? And that is carried. We now have Sarah Nicholson, who's representing Dove Creek community members, who's going to present regarding the concerns of this tower at 3505 Dove Creek Road for receipt. Moved, and I can second. And before I turn it over, Sarah, it's been explained that you have 10 minutes to present. Great, and then we can ask questions after. And so you just, yeah. Go ahead. We'll just key up your presentation.
While that's keying up, I'd just like to say I'm a resident of Dove Creek community. I have been for 20 years, and we very much appreciate the opportunity to present to you all. Oops. You speak up.
Yeah, you might need to pull the mic a bit closer to you.
Okay. And all right, the 6 points we'll be addressing in the first part delegation will be clarification of statements in the notification letter, interpretation and adherence to ISED CPC 2003 issue 5, the public consultation process and timeline, community reaction to the proposed location, suggestions regarding potential alternative locations in the vicinity, and last but not least, the negative impact on this rural agricultural community that we value to such an extent. We would like to put forward the following questions to directors and staff for clarification purposes, to be answered obviously after the presentation. Does the CVRD have a specific telecommunications tower policy? Does the CVRD have a telecommunications antenna system siting policy? The proposed property is zoned rural ALR. Will a rezoning application be required? Were the CVRD staff consulted on or made aware of any alternate existing or potential tower sites that TELUS had looked at or considered as potentially suitable for the purpose of the proposed tower, other than the site, which is ideal for them, located at 3505 Dove Creek Road? Looking at authority and process, we have highlighted these 3 bullet points, but we'll be focusing on the last 2. Addressing the proposed location, we wish to highlight the fact that Industry Canada believes that it is important that antenna systems to be deployed in a manner that considers local surroundings. Looking at a tower at 3505 Dove Creek Road certainly will not. We have 6 specific questions that we're requesting answers to in writing. These are as per the slide. Looking at specific requirements under ISED's public consultation process, and that's stated within the CVRD bylaw number 337/2014, there are a number of concerns, the key ones being the proponent's public meeting was via a WebEx meeting, restricting the opportunity for true public consultation. There were no representatives from the CVRD in attendance at the meeting, yet it clearly states under section 25(6) of the Rural Comox Valley Official Community Plan, bylaw number 337/2014, that telecommunications infrastructure require a public information meeting for any new proposed self-support telecommunications towers. The notification letter was easily mistaken for junk mail. The TELUS public notification and consultation process notification in the paper was far smaller than that of competitors. We were told TELUS would not permit public face-to-face meetings due to COVID, although a little research would have shown our community hall would offer a perfect venue, allowing the COVID guidelines to be effectively put in place. The WebEx meeting was as much a presentation of what was going to happen as opposed to a consultation. One of the early slides in the WebEx presentation clearly stated that TELUS finalized its agreement with the property owner back in June 2021. This being the case, one cannot help question this whole public consultation process. These questions have raised specific timeline concerns that are highlighted in the bullet points on this slide. And we would like it noted that while the opportunity to submit a comment sheet ended on September 30th, the public consultation process, according to these dates, does not end until November 23rd. Yet it appears that the CVRD approval and recommendation process has begun today. And more worrying is the memo dated September 23rd, 2021, attached to the minutes of the APC meeting taking place on October the 7th. The tone of the memo could easily be read to imply that you had already indicated your support and that the correspondence and delegations from the Dove Creek community have been totally ignored. Before the WebEx meeting, feedback from the the community indicated little or no support for this proposed location, and as part, in fact, just short of 42% of all the properties in the entire Dove Creek area, at least one or more occupants are against the proposed location. And the petition stands strong with over 150 signatures, regardless of Brand's attempt to discredit it. The pink area you see on the slide represents all the properties with occupants who have signed the petition. As you can see, there is little or no support within the immediate vicinity. As requested by Brian during early conversations before the WebEx meeting, significant effort has been put in by community members regarding suggestions as to alternate locations. At no time before the public WebEx meeting was it mentioned that the area was restricted to the 2.6 square kilometre block, which is now being cited as 1 kilometre, indicated on the next slide, if no co-sharing or upgrading if infrastructure is available. A location owned by the CVRD would offer revenue that could be put towards managing the property or financing annual maintenance. Thank you. I'm just going to hand over to Andrea for farming and recreational considerations.
Thank you again.
Sorry, just a second.
Thank you again for giving us time here. Site Path Consulting contacted our family in June about their proposed cell tower to be located on the property directly beside our 22-acre farm. Initially, we were trying to be open to the proposal. We are not anti-utilities and we're not in our backyard type neighbors. Although we do have excellent internet service provided by Shaw, as do many of the properties on our block, I'll just note what Edwin brought up, that for many years in the Dove Creek community, we've been asking TELUS to provide us with internet service. They have always told us there isn't enough residents and it's too expensive. It's not part of their business plan. So most of us, if not all of us, found excellent or adequate alternative internet service. But mostly we didn't want to stand in the way of the potential income our neighbor would make from hosting the tower. But after subsequent conversations with non-host neighbors and a better understanding of the imposition a cell tower would be in a highly regulated ALR block, we are opposed. Our three main concerns are that the cell tower location is being proposed in a uniquely dense and prosperous agriculture block, that it will have a negative impact on our block as a popular agritourism destination. And thirdly, that the tower will devitalize the One Spot Trail recreation network. To give some perspective as to the agriculture uniqueness of this 2.6 square kilometer block, TELUS chose to limit their cell tower location search to. It is within the ALR. Only 14% of total CVRD land is in the ALR. It would not be impossible to find land in the other 86%. Even if the tower has to be in ALR land, a 2014 survey by the Ministry of Agriculture found that only 3% of CVRD land is actively farmed. This leaves 97% of CVRD land available to locate the tower that would not impact farming. This 2.6 kilometer square block chosen by TELUS is a significant part of that 3% of actively farmed land in the CVRD. So let me give some evidence. There are 6 commercial farms that depend on agriculture as their main source of income. Located in this small agriculture block is the only pork producer on Vancouver Island, one of 4 and the largest turkey grower on the island, one of 2 water buffalo dairy on the island, the only commercial broiler grower north of Nanaimo, the largest equine facility in the Comox Valley, and a large Black Angus operation. That's not to include the smaller farms in this block. 5 of these farms depend on direct farm gate sales, including 2 UPIC farms. Excluding dairy farms in the region, it would be easy to argue that these 6 farms generate a significant portion of agriculture revenue in the CVRD. There's every reason to take this into consideration when situating a large tech facility. This chosen block is not barren, underutilized farm acres. Probably this is very unknown to TELUS when they chose it, but it is home to uniquely dense, diverse, productive, and profitable commercial agriculture. More so, it is a well-known and popular agriculture destination for the island population from Qualicum to Port Hardy. Its close proximity to an urban population has made it easy for our farms to draw and build our customer base. When we bought our property in 2005, we did so with the knowledge that there was an established and growing customer base in the area. Customers come daily in season to the farms in this area to UPIC and purchase farm product. Marketing direct from the farm has been the easiest aspect of establishing and building our farm. We know the diversity of product, the natural beauty of the area, including the Solon River, and the proximity to town have made it so. Yes, customers want to eat local and support local growers, but the main reason people come to this area is for the farm experience, spending time in natural and pastoral beauty. It is a rare customer that does not mention this. We're not ignorant to what makes our farm viable. Death and failure is the daily of farming, but the one constant, the key to our success, is the natural and pastoral beauty, and we are determined to protect that. My last point quickly is that the recreation trail network that parallels the farm properties in this block. Since its development, the one-spot trail has increased in use and popularity. Cyclists, runners, horseback riders, and walkers make this their destination for a reason. It is not urban. It is distinctly rural. This area is a chosen recreation destination because it is rural, less developed, left in a natural state, and the area is protected because of its natural beauty. We have decided as a culture to develop some areas and protect others. That way we can serve our economic needs, plus serve our need for wild areas set aside for our recreation. We need to resist the ease of merging the two needs. Let's develop utilities where we've zoned accordingly, and let's keep the conservation areas, just that. Areas that are and remain a unique experience to an urban experience. A cell tower in plain view of the one-spot trail will diminish the recreation area. This trail serves to encourage people to get outdoors and be active, as well as enjoy and appreciate nature. Nothing should detract from this purpose. I'm confident that the CVRD will consider the importance of agriculture and recreation to the citizens it serves. This small block in Dove Creek has proven to make a vital and significant contribution to both.
Well, thank you to both of you. Are you open to questions? I'll just wait. I'll maybe start off, and either of you, Sarah or Andrea, could answer. So Brian mentioned fencing around the base of the tower, because it sounds like some of the objections you have are more that the unsightliness of a tower and how that would impact agritourism. Would a fence or something to block the visual impact of the tower, would that make a difference, do you think?
Director Hamir, honestly don't believe a fence on a 200-foot structure in such a beautiful rural area is going to help blend it in with the landscape. The other consideration that must be made, the trees that have been referred to are owned by the adjoining property. That property owner has already started clearing trees, and he has every right to clear the trees on his property. So we have no assurance that that is not going to happen. The other consideration is we all chose to live in a rural area. We enjoy our night sky. A tower of this magnitude and size is going to have aircraft warning lights flashing on it, similar to that one on the mountain, that can be seen from a huge distance.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions. If I may ask another one, Brian mentioned not so much, and it sounds like many of the businesses and homes in the area have now got high-speed internet through Shaw, but I'm just wondering about cell phone coverage and if that has been an issue in the neighborhood.
Yeah, that's interesting. I personally, I've never TELUS is our provider. I've never once not been had good service, but we do hear differently from neighbors on either side that there are spots where they can't get good service. But for some reason, on the way our property is situated, it's never been an issue. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And did you? Oh, you just have to press it once and hold on.
My understanding also is that the radius and the coverage for a purely cell phone service could probably be achieved from other towers in the area, even if, as to the ICID requirement, there are some modifications or some updates made to, say, the old tower in Merville. The coverage is far greater, I understand, than the internet coverage required.
Thank you. And lastly, I think the delegation did ask some questions about our policies and the need for rezoning. I wonder if staff can comment on, if this project does go ahead, is there a rezoning issue?
Thank you very much. I'll just refer to Dylan Thiessen that is here from our planning department to help answer that question.
Go ahead, Dylan.
Thank you, Russell, to the committee, through the chair, and to the delegations as well. Thank you for your time today and for taking the time out of your day to talk about something that's clearly important to you. The CVRD does not have a specific policy on telecommunications tower siting or their antenna. The official community plan bylaw number 337 does have 4 clauses or sections that do talk about telecommunications towers and infrastructure specifically. And that's to minimize as much as possible the impact on adjacent sensitive uses, to encourage developers like TELUS or service providers like TELUS to take into account as much as possible the natural topography and to conserve environmental features where possible, to require that they search first for opportunities to co-locate and to ensure that they do host a public information meeting. So those are the policies that the CVRD does have in place. Specifically for the rezoning, a rezoning application would not be required. Section 301 in the zoning bylaw titled uses permitted in all zones does list utility use as something that is allowed in all zones, and that's defined in a way that does include telecommunications towers.
Thank you. Director Green, do you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, just for clarity, as members of the Electoral Area Services Committee, we were not necessarily privy to a site pass consultation exercise. And correct me if I'm wrong, but as directors, this is the first official time that this proposal has come before us. So it starts now. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'd probably just also like to clarify that there are no decision-making happening today, that we're just receiving information. So the process in terms of, I know it was kind of alluded to in the presentation that this, that process was happening before consultation was finished. And that's not the case to my understanding, that, we are still just receiving information and there's no decision-making happening at all. Dylan, did you want to add a comment?
Thank you, Director Gamir. Yeah, through the committee to the committee through the chair, just to clarify, the local government zoning really doesn't apply much in this case because TELUS is regulated by the federal government. That's also the main rationale why a rezoning application would not be needed, and I believe the intent why that would be included in the zoning bylaw the way that it is.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions from the director, so thank you very much for your presentation. So on receipt of this presentation, anyone opposed? And that is carried. We now have a third presentation, one from Daniel Harrison and Richard Hardy, also to present concerns about the tower at 3505 Dove Creek Road for receipt. Moved. And I can second. And I will
Second.
put it over. Sure, I'll put it over to Daniel.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here, but not under these circumstances. My name is Dan Harrison. My wife and I live at 3755 Dove Creek Road. I would like to make a few notes. First, that the Dove Creek residents meeting with MP Rachel Blaney was supportive of community efforts with staff to actively research and provide support. They're going to do this for us. Also, Strathcona Regional District for writing ISID in regard to TELUS's lack of consultation with regard to Cortez and Quadra Island. No letter of concurrence is being issued. I share the same concerns as the previous speakers about the engagement and communication process that TELUS and the CVRD have undertaken with the residents of Dove Creek about this project. It could have been a lot more fulsome and transparent. My concern about the letter we received by TELUS dated August 2nd, 2021 are similar to Sarah's presentation in regards to the envelope did not have my name on it. The letter inside the envelope did not have my name on it. And in the letter, under the heading Public Meeting and Comox Valley Regional District Consultation Requirements, TELUS made the following two commitments. One, in addition to following the ISID default public consultation process, TELUS is required to adhere to CVRD policies pertaining to tower siting. Given that the CVRD official community plan requires, this is number 2, telecommunication proponents to host a public meeting and to explore co-location, co-opportunities, TELUS will do so. They are stating this. From what I can ascertain, the CVRD does not have a communications tower policy like the town of Comox or the city of Courtenay. So I found the comment by TELUS to say that they would adhere to CVRD policies pertaining to the tower siting to be disingenuous. When it came to TELUS and its commitment to explore co-locating and co-opportunities with the residents of Dove Creek for the siting of the tower, the only opportunity was really until the WebEx meeting on September 16th, 2021. At this meeting, TELUS had told us that they had already selected a site for the location of the tower and that they had an agreement in place with the property owner. Again, TELUS's commitment in their letter to co-locate the tower siting with the residents of Dove Creek was disingenuous. It may also be evident from the CVRD staff memo dated September 23rd, 2021, the minutes from various meetings that TELUS has had with CVRD committees and area directors. They had no intentions of co-locating the tower with the CVRD or the residents of Dove Creek. And TELUS did not come forward with any alternate sites, locations, still have not. What is further troubling, as Sarah stated earlier, is the fact that TELUS and the CVRD limited the information packages for the tower to 23 residents within the Dove Creek area. Based upon our estimations, there are approximately 230 residents within the area. So only 10% had a chance to review the proposed TELUS proposal. It should be further noted that we have 150 people plus within Dove Creek area that signed a petition against the CVRD letter of concurrence for the tower. Another concern is that the CVRD has given the property owner a free pass in regards to zoning for commercial and industrial activities on ALR. We are of the opinion that the tower is an industrial structure providing commercial services to residents of the Comox Valley and beyond. And consequently, the property owner should be required to make application to rezoning of the property to allow for these activities. Finally, I am curious as to whether or not TELUS has satisfied requirements of the CRTC when it comes to emergency services and rescue operations from CFB Comox flying in a nearly 200 to 250 foot tower. They neglect to say they can raise this tower by 25%. That the issuing of a land use concurrence to be delayed until potential existing and less obtrusive alternative sites have been fully explored and the public consultation process reviewed. That the CVRD develop a telecommunications tower policy as other jurisdictions have done, that includes guidance for setbacks of towers from roadways and neighboring property lines, height restrictions, number and impact of warning lights on towers, etc. TELUS and other carriers insist there are no health risks to be worried about by the residents of Dove Creek. We are asking the CVR staff, the various CVRD committees, the area directors and the board of directors to carefully review and educate themselves about the potential health, environmental risks associated with 5G communication towers. And in doing so, we have provided the following links. As well, for your information, the Attorney General of Canada, the AGC, on September 22nd, 2021, filed in court saying the industry will not issue spectrum licenses related to 3,500 megahertz spectrum auction before late October due to concerns of interference from 5G with communications with air traffic control and airplanes. And there is one other interesting thing about the regional board. It's called, another interesting read is this David and Goliath article dated June 20th, 2021. I suggest you read it. I appreciate your time. Our whole group does. And I'm sure the people of Dove Creek would really like you to put some interest into solving this problem. We are not going to be bullied and we shouldn't be bullied. Thank you.
Thank you. Do any of the directors have any questions? Mr. Harrison? I have a question for staff regarding the ALR issue. Does an application need to go forward to the ALR? Is anything triggered that requires them to adjudicate? Dylan?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Director Mayor. To the committee through the chair, no, an application to the ALR would not be required again because this is the multi-jurisdictional relation when it's regulated by the federal government. It does supersede the local government bylaws like our zoning bylaw, as well as other provincial regulations that may apply, such as the ALC Act.
Thank you. And Director Grieve has a question.
Yeah, further to and directed at staff again. So if the company fails to get a letter of concurrence, my understanding is there's a workaround for the company as well. That it's not the end of the issue. Am I correct?
There is a process in place. I can't speak to that directly. I would ask perhaps Don or Alana to speak if they have been here while that has happened. I'm not sure if that's been the case, but there is a mediation process in place that would be guided by ICID Canada to increase communication and try to collaborate towards a possible solution between the service provider and the community.
So in essence, we're dealing with a higher level of government here with the feds. So we're just the Fisher Price level, folks.
Thanks. And Director Arbor has a question. I think you're on mute, Daniel.
Thank you. Yeah, I feel like I'm, this scenario does play out in a lot of communities all around the world where you never quite know if residents are going to be favorable to the placement of such towers. I had that experience on Hornby a few years ago where after years of demanding better service and things like that, a tower was proposed, and under the Allen's Trust is actually it discourages any sort of commercial cell tower. But nonetheless, I think it is that when we question the process, we also have to realize that it's okay for enterprises and people to come up with proposals. And I think our process, even though we may not have a policy, does allow for many checks and balances. And obviously the word has spread out through the community about that, and that's a good thing. People can discuss the merits. It's always a tension between, I think, all of us wanting better service and then having concerns around in rural areas around the impacts that people can see. So, but I wouldn't say that our process is necessarily bad. I think having the delegations today before this comes before a formal meeting, we had a delegation from TELUS that explained the rationale and presentation from residents. I think this is all part of the democratic process in terms of advancing the file and engaging whether, again, whether local government decides to concur or not. I have seen that in many instances, in my limited experience, companies do pay attention to those letters of concurrence. So I think we should still take this process seriously and hear both from the representative and residents in the area if this moves forward to the next stage. So yeah, I want to thank everyone who took the time today to present on this, even though it's not in my area. The same dilemmas we have in all the communities in the South, and I will probably see this issue again later on if TELUS decides to continue with their consultation process and formal requests to our board.
Thanks, Dr.
Thank you.
Arbor. It looks like Mr. Harrison has a response to, and specifically a response to that question. If you can press the button on your mic.
I think my only response is to the ALR wondering about it. There's also a morality thing here. This is a community. And that's what people have to understand, is a community. We have a hall there. We have people who have lived there for generations. We've run a business there for 50 years from there. You gotta start thinking about communities, we're losing them. That's all I'm saying. I appreciate it.
Great, thank you so much. I don't see any other questions from the director, so I want to thank you for your presentation and for taking the time to come. I'll vote on receipt, and then I have a few questions for Brian afterwards, so thank you. On receipt, is anyone opposed? And that is carried. Thank you very much to the delegation. Brian, are you still, I see that you're still there. I think there were a few questions that have been brought up by the delegations, and I'm wondering if you would have some time to answer those.
Yeah, for sure. I made a few mental notes, but
Okay.
feel free to add to the questions or remind me.
I've got about 3 or 4, but the directors might have a couple more. So
Okay.
I think it sounds like, there's a lot of concern about the site that was chosen, the hayfield, that's an active farm, and the siting of the tower, and the process that went underway before public consultation even happened. So I'm wondering if you can explain, is that the normal process that happens in a in a tower application? And why this particular field was chosen, or if you have an answer to that?
Yeah, absolutely. So all that happened before the consultation is we secured a statutory right-of-way agreement with the property owner to define a location that's viable for TELUS and a property owner. And then from there, we do this consultation. So, that's really just a very early step to make sure that we actually have aligned on business terms and a specific location with the property owner before we take it to the public and welcome input on it. By no means does that mean it's intended to be a done deal. And indeed, we are required to go through this process that we've undertaken. To the best of my knowledge, having done this many times for quite a while, I think we exceeded the requirements of ISED. I saw a few concerns came up. For example, twice there were comments about the labels on our envelope. Well, we actually labeled them exactly how the federal government asks us to do it. There's in their protocol, the CPC, it states that we have to clearly label on the envelopes, that it's a proposed communication site, information is enclosed, and we actually put specific stickers on each envelope. And I think you could see that in one of the delegates' presentations. It said quite clearly, important information is enclosed regarding a communication site. So I don't know how anyone would think it was junk mail. Also, we didn't address each envelope or notice to a specific name. And the reason for that is we've run into instances where people at a property may not feel comfortable opening the notice if maybe there's a tenant there or an absentee owner or so on and so forth. We just want to make sure that the notices are opened and that people feel comfortable viewing them. So we just say owner/occupant, and then again, that clear label, important information is enclosed. So, that's just one example of something that came up, and I think we fulfilled the requirements.
Thanks.
Typical process, it took, to be totally honest, and we also did the public meeting per the CVRD OCP requirement, and actually that's not part of the federal process. So while I recognize that some people would prefer an even more fulsome engagement, as far as typical cell tower consultations go, this actually exceeded what we're required to do.
Okay, that dovetails onto my next question, because it does sound like the community would like an in-person consultation. I note that your deadline for consultation, or for, I guess, information in it, is in November. Is there still an opportunity for you to host an in-person presentation, or at least an in-person session?
Yeah, I'd have to ask TELUS about that. So as a matter of corporate policy, we haven't been given approval for quite some time to go and do in-person meetings. really just pertaining to public health orders and how those have been changing from time to time. TELUS has just been doing digital public meetings for the time being until there's more consistency around that. So I'm not sure. I can absolutely ask. That said, my first reaction to it would, if I'm totally honest, is I'd like to get this discussion to a place where some of the feedback ideally is constructive or getting us to a solution. Most of the feedback has tried to push us really far away. And I don't have any comments that are even remotely feasible in terms of something we could implement. I've made a few suggestions, and I would just be concerned that if we went to a public meeting, sort of the same people might have the similar comments. And I'm not sure that we would necessarily evolve the discussion towards something that we can achieve. The other thing too is I always have to gently remind people this is all in response to requests for service. I don't think we're intending to, the term sort of bully was used, like bully our way in and force this upon the community. TELUS wants to find a solution. There's a window of opportunity. If we're missing the mark and we're way off, then perhaps we can just take a pause and maybe reflect on what the best next step is. We thought this would be good news, to be honest with you.
Thank you for that.
There can be a bit of a narrative of, I'm being maybe a little bit too frank, but like we're coming into the community, we're the big corporate bully, and we're not listening to anyone, and we're the bad guy. But actually, we want to make people happy, and that truly is the intent. I'm not clear what the next best step is here, and whether a meeting would necessarily be that, in my mind.
Yeah,
but I think we're open to it, and I'll certainly ask TELUS if they would do an in-person meeting. But for the past year, we have not done any.
Sure. Or perhaps a meeting with the representatives of the Dove Creek community, so that it's not a large public meeting, but concerns can be funneled through, it sounds like. I have Director Arbor with a question.
Yeah, just recognizing that these projects either happen or they don't. There's rarely a middle road. There can be co-location and other things, but I think those are other, that starts other internal processes, I'm sure, at TELUS and otherwise, with considerations that many of us may not be fully cognizant of in terms of what that entails. So one suggestion I have for Brian, maybe the community, there was a reference that only a number of people received the letters, and if I'm not saying it's a good thing, but if you did decide to have a public meeting, considering the amount of work that's gone into it, I think it's good. And one comment I heard is, there's 250 people in the area, and the beneficiaries is a broad area, so it may give an opportunity to those people who were not consulted directly to also weigh in. We did that on Hornby. Initially, it was just a small radius consultation, and we said, well, let's do the whole island, because the same thing happened. People were, there was some opposition right off the bat. In our case, we found that that opposition spread to the entire island, and the project did not proceed. But you may find, through that engagement with the broader community, with all the amount of work that's gone in, it might bring some finality to that demand that you saw from people to say, hey, we do want good service, balance against the concerns around siting and all that. So just a suggestion.
It's a great suggestion. I was involved in that Hornby one, and to be honest, if I may, it was one of the most concerning public meetings I've ever attended. People
I think we met
crossed out the content on my poster boards with black markers and got on megaphones. So I just think it's funny that one came up. But I guess my suggestion would be, if we're going to have a public meeting and further dialogue, what I've been trying to share with people, and in being maybe I'm too transparent. TELUS doesn't always want me to share all of the technical parameters in terms of where we're looking for, I guess, competitive reasons. Some of it's proprietary at times, but I've shared with people the entire search area on a map that came from TELUS's engineering team. And I've given some very, I think, achievable ideas, recognizing that not everyone, it may not satisfy everyone's objectives, but there's a geographic area. If we could find a site anywhere in there with a willing landlord, we would do it. Not one of the people who have expressed concerns have been willing to share any ideas within that search area. It's all, please go somewhere else and quite far away. So that's sort of my first comment. Can we get a discussion around something that's achievable that TELUS would be actually prepared to invest in? Otherwise, if the discussion is going to center around completely kicking us out of the area that we need to be in, there's very little point in having that type of a discussion. And then I've also listed, and these are just my ideas, there could be 20 other ideas, some things that people often appreciate, like, can we do a different structure type? Let's have a discussion around how tall the tower really needs to be. Maybe we can dial it down a bit. Can we paint it green? Can we shift the tower on the property somewhere else? It's 66 acres. In my mind, that's a fair bit of room to potentially work with if the landlord were willing. Landscaping, fencing. I won't list them all, but it's quite a lot of ideas that, yes, the tower would still be there, but are any of these helpful? What I think is going on right now is the people who are concerned are hoping that the project's going to fail. So they don't want to commit to any interim so-called compromises out of a fear that that might be misconstrued as support. But at some point, if I'm going to be successful in delivering service for TELUS, the discussion needs to, in my mind, be refocused around what can we do? Here are the constraints. What can we do to get towards a solution that's viable? Otherwise, if the answer is just there's no support, then maybe there'll just be no service.
Okay, thanks. Point taken. And Brian, I'm seeing a lot of hand waving in the audience, and you know, I can't do a back and forth, but it sounds like Ms. Nicholson, Mr. Harrison have some ideas, and potentially if there's a possibility for you to reach out to them, that some ideas of potential alternative sites are, it sounded like that tweaked a lot of hands. I have another question from Director Grieve.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Well, just to reiterate a little bit here, I'm so hopeful there's some room for cooler heads to prevail, because as Al Kimmer, the president of the Rural Association of Alberta, said that high-speed internet has gone beyond a luxury. It's gone to the point now where it's almost an essential service, like delivery of water and sewer and other things that that are absolutely essential in running a business, in education, especially in light of the recent pandemic and how a big a part that played. Times change. We know the technologies change. We've got, I think the first delegation I got from the Dove Creek area was 2014 on this, 2013. And we went through the board, we wrote letters from the chair to all the major high-speed internet providers. And we wrote letters to the ministries, both federal and provincial, and got nice letters back saying there's no business case. Those are the days of pretty much all copper connections, and that the distance between the residents between the mailboxes is so great that it would work out to about $8,000 per person should they decide to start their own local service area to provide the service. But I have residents in that area that are actually, in this conspiracious age we live in, are suggesting that maybe TELUS is slowing down the internet from their other towers in order to promote this new tower. So, I mean, we got to get a grip here somehow. There's got to be something that would work for everybody, because it's absolute essential service. I know of many businesses in the area, some farmers, also the Dove Creek Recording Studio that absolutely need very secure high-speed system if they're going to be sending files down to recording studios in Los Angeles, et cetera. You know, and it's just not there. So I'm hopeful that we can put our heads together and come up with some compromise that works. We've heard from TELUS that, well, we've only heard from this division of TELUS that there is no appetite to pursue any copper connections of the old school hardwired system, even though they are more secure. This is the way that the future is going. This is where their investors want to go. This is the kind of service they want to deliver. So, you know, let's take this pause. I think Daniel Arbor has said it correctly in that there's no decision point here. This is just preliminary. And to allay the fears, you know, the directors have heard peripherally about this, but purposefully we do not get involved in an issue if we can possibly help it, because we are mandated by the Local Government Act to come to this table with fresh ears and unbiased opinions. We're supposed to, what do they say? We're supposed to have open minds, not empty minds. Anyway, so I do think that there has to be a solution. You know, it's absolutely imperative, because not only did we go down this route once before, we went down another time about 4 years later and did the same thing, sent out letters from the chair to all the providers again. So, you know, it depends. You got to wish what you got to be careful what you wish for. And I think there's a lot of people that wish for a better high-speed internet connection. And the only thing I see coming in the horizon would be a world beater technology. Is probably low Earth orbit satellite system with your own tracking download, upload system, which is, I think, still, regardless of Elon Musk and all the other sci-fi guys, it's probably still a ways in the future. So I throw it back to the community to put our heads together and see if we can come up with a compromise. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thanks, Director Grieve. I'm going to give the last word to Brian. I see your hand up.
I really appreciate the dialogue here today. Try to just be very forthcoming with people and sharing of information, and we are open to compromises and working towards a solution. As noted, the end goal is hopefully to make people happier with the service options. You know, sincerely, I am never happy to hear when people are upset about our proposal. It can be a really challenging job to satisfy everyone's objectives with, you know, any type of infrastructure, especially maybe utility poles and cell towers. So I'm very mindful of that. I am hopeful we can work towards a solution, and so that we're not sort of still having this discussion years down the road. But one concern that I would have, and I sort of say it carefully, I'm not trying to say this in a threatening sounding way, but often I find with these projects, there are windows of opportunity for funding. And the opportunity arose for me to work on this, to put a proposal forward, and then to, if it gets approved, bring it into an actual build plan and implement the infrastructure. What I've seen happen in instances where we don't receive approval is you know, the funding flows to other communities that want the service and that are supportive. And then it can take a number of years sometimes for that window of opportunity to open back up again into a community that sort of didn't embrace the proposal. So likewise, I'm hopeful to work towards a solution. Absolutely recognize if there's some tweaking that needs to be done to arrive at that.
Thank you. I just want to thank everyone for the very respectful conversation. I appreciate on both sides, it's a contentious issue, but everyone conducted themselves really well. So thank you for that. I think we've already received these delegations. So thank you, everybody. We're going to move on in the agenda.
Move the management report.
Moved and seconded. Are there any comments or questions on the management report? Oh, Director Grieve.
Thank you very much for giving me a soapbox once again. Management report, we talked about the delegation we had from the Macaulay Road Association. regarding a discussion on looking into possible emergency egress for the area. And I noticed that there's no staff assigned to that file as of yet. Now, and I know it's not emerging situation, but it could be. And I would, like staff to recognize that this is another long game that, once again, much like the previous delegation here, the original, I remember sitting originally with some of the same participants that formed the society with staff and staff from Moti and the MLA to discuss the possibility of this again back in 2013, 2012. So it's not going away. I would think that, especially in light of the fact that this that there's some information, maybe misunderstanding regarding Moti's role in this as well. We have to deal with possibility of private forest companies, private landowners. It's over 10 years now. So this is a very important subject. So I would say that, whether or not we tackle it right away, it should be fairly fulsome. I think it's going to require that at the very least, because much like some other jurisdictions in the Comox Valley, these people have no back door. Thank you.
Thanks, Director Ruth. To staff?
Yeah, Madam Chair, we want to assure the directors and any members of the public that are watching this that in fact the management report does refer to Doug DeMarzo, the General Manager of Community Services, being assigned this task. And Doug has met with various members of staff because it will cross boundaries looking into this and reporting back to you. There's a legislative component. There's individuals under his direction, including Howie Siemens and the Chief of the Fire Department, Bruce Green, that for many years have been putting their mind to this, and will be putting their mind to this specific ask when we report back to the committee. So I can definitely assure the directors and members of the public we are taking this serious, and Doug DeMarzo is the one responsible for overseeing the project.
Thank you. Any other questions on the management report? Seeing, Director Arbor.
Yeah, thanks. Just a quick one. Pleased to see under item 5 that we will discuss the Community Works funds, but did I miss something, or we were additionally going to have consideration of the additional 400,000 of restart funds that we got, and I don't see that, unless my memory is totally blanking and we did it at a session, but I don't believe we did look at that. So I'm wondering if it would be worthwhile to consider those funds as part of the session with Community Works as well.
Yes, thank you very much, Director. That is the intention of staff, is to bring back a report that addresses both of those matters. The resolution is just that, the resolution of the directors, but the report will reference Community Works funds as well as the restart that is remaining.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. Seeing no more questions on receipt, anyone opposed? And that is carried. I'm wondering if we can just take a 5-minute stretch break before we get into reports. We'll meet back at 11:30. Is that all right, Director Orr? Yeah, all right.
No.
Great. All right, I will call us back to order. The next item on the agenda is for DVP for 2113 Austin Road, Henderson Gordon, for receipt.
Move receipt.
Moved and seconded, and I'm going to turn it to staff for the application.
Yes, and Dylan Thiessen is here to introduce this report and answer any of the questions.
Thanks, Dylan. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks very much. To the committee through the chair, the staff have received a development variance permit application to reduce the side yard setback for an existing staircase attached to a principal dwelling and to reduce the rear yard setback for a proposed secondary dwelling. The minimum required setback for the staircase is 1.15 meters, and the applicants are seeking to legalize the existing siting with a setback of 0.8 meters, a reduction of 1/3, 0.35 meters. The minimum required rear yard setback for a secondary dwelling is 7.5 meters for the foundation and 5.5 meters for the eaves. The applicants are hoping to build the secondary dwelling with a 3-meter setback for the foundation and a 2.4 meter setback for the eaves. They've requested the variance in order to avoid encroaching too closely toward the existing septic system, which is currently sited north of the proposed secondary dwelling and west of the principal dwelling. The Advisory Planning Commission for Area B voted to support the requested variance as proposed. Additionally, staff sent mail notifications of the request to property owners and tenants within a 100-meter radius. Staff received correspondence from one neighbor to the rear of the subject property who was opposed to the variance, particularly as the secondary dwelling will be 2 stories high. Staff are recommending that the board approve the variance requests. The exterior stairway leaves sufficient space for access if necessary and does not impede privacy or the forming character of the existing development. With respect to the secondary dwelling, the variance requested will not detract from the rural farming character of the property or surrounding development. It does leave sufficient space for access and maintenance of the structure, and staff believe privacy concerns are offset by the existing fence, the replanting of some vegetation, and a garage that is more closely sited to the property that initially raised some concerns. I will note that the applicant, Sarah Henderson, I believe, is on the line if she would like to add anything, but I'm certainly available for your questions as well.
Thanks, Dylan. And Ms. Henderson, would you like to add anything to that presentation?
I would just like to say the reason as well that it has, well, not has, but it's good to be in the backyard is the front yard is all green space and really old second growth or original, I don't know, Douglas firs. So we can't go up there either. And it's a big chunk of our property. And all the little kids on the street love it. That's all I'm going to say.
Right. Thank you. Do directors have any questions of either Dylan or the applicant? Director Grieve, just 1 second.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So I do see that it was approved by the area B APC. So I'm quite comfortable with that. Thank you.
Thanks, Director Grieve. I do have a question, and it was an issue that was brought up by the correspondence regarding the privacy. And sorry, I'm not sure if I caught your answer. Was it about hedging and fencing?
I was talking about the front of the property, which is why we need to build in the back is all green space with large trees. And to answer your question about the back, there's hedging and vegetation. And the shop that backs onto 1341, they're the people who are in opposition. We're actually moving it away to give it so it's safe for them and us. His shop is actually, I think, 2 stories and right on the property line as well. So just to say, there's a lot going on back here.
Thank you. And Dylan, I wonder if you want to comment too?
Yeah, happy to, Director Himmer. Thank you. So to the whole committee through the chair, there is an existing fence along the rear property line. If you look at a map as well, the rear lot line is shared with 2 subject properties. So the part of the rear lot line by the subject property that did reach out in opposition, it will be mostly buffered, we believe, from the resiting of the garage and then the replanting of the hedges.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any other questions or correspondence. So I will thank the applicant. And do we vote on receipt first? Or? Okay, we will vote on receipt first. Is anyone opposed to receiving the application? And that is carried. We have correspondence that's been moved. I can second. Comments about the correspondence that was received? Hearing none, is anyone opposed to receiving the correspondence? And that is carried. And we will move on to the recommendation that the board approve the DVP for this site at 2113 Austin Road. Moved. And I can second. Comments about or questions about the recommendation? Hearing and seeing none, that is approved and carried. Thank you, and thank you to all the folks. We will move on to another electoral area B application for 1344 and 1338 Hudson Road for receipt. Moved
Move receipt.
and seconded, and over to staff.
Thank you very much, Chair and Directors. And Brian Chow is here to present this report and answer any of your questions.
Thanks, Brian, and you can go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Through the CEO to the chair and committee members. First of all, the agent of their application is in attendance, and his name is Ian Sahako. And all right, the subject property again is located at 1334 and 1338 Hudson Road, and it's approximately 1.35 hectares in area. Right now, there are 2 single detached dwellings and several accessory buildings on the subject property. The applicant wishes to rezone the property to enable the use of Section 514 of the Local Government Act, which permits subdivision to provide residence for a relative, subject to the creation of lots of at least 1 hectare, unless a smaller area down to 2,500 square meters. In no case, less than 2,500 square meters is approved by the medical health officer. If this rezoning application were to be approved, the applicant would then apply to subdivide 0.345 hectares off the subject property, and the remainder lot would be approximately 1 hectare in area. Please note that if the CVRD board were to approve without medical health officer's approval, the board's decision will be presumptive if the medical health officer's decision were to deny the size less than 1 hectare in area. The CVRD regional growth strategy and the OCP designates the subject property within settlement expansion areas. Settlement expansion areas are fringe areas of municipal areas, and the intent of this designation is to have phased and orderly growth for the municipal areas to expand their boundaries, and to limit development to preclude a premature need for municipal servicing. This proposal does not comply with the growth management policy of the OCP. To address this inconsistency, other Section 514 rezoning applications have imposed a limit of density to 1 dwelling unit per lot in order to retain the overall density of the neighborhood. This proposed limit would bring this proposal into compliance with the aforementioned growth management policies of the OCP. The subject property is zoned Country Residential 1, CL1, and this zone has a minimum lot area for subdivision of 4 hectares. As noted, the proposed lots are smaller than this minimum requirement. As this is a rezoning application, we're at a very early stage, and so for this recommendation, the board can refer the application to external agencies and First Nations for review. And they also have the option to deny the application to proceed. Staff recommends that external and First Nations referrals be conducted in order to collect feedback on this application. Specifically, the focus is to collect comments from the medical health officer in order to fulfill the Section 514, subsection 6 of the LGA. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Directors have any comments? And I understand the agents on the line. Do you, Ian, do you have any anything to add to the presentation? We can't hear you, so I'm not sure if. Oh, we'll see if we're. Ian, is your mic connected or not? It doesn't look like it is. While we wait for that, I have a few questions for staff, if that's okay. I was a little bit unclear. Oh, I think you might have a couple. Oh. Can you hear us, Ian?
Hello, hi.
We can't really hear you too well. Can you put up your mic or speak a bit closer?
Sorry, I just got to turn the volume up here.
Great. Okay, that's great.
Sorry, thank you very much. Apologize for that. My first time on Zoom.
Welcome.
Yes, thank you, Brian, for the informative report, and thank you, Madam Chair. Also with me here is Don McQueen, owner of the property in question, with his son Sean, that lives in secondary dwelling with his wife and family, of which we seek, as Brian had mentioned, to subdivide under Local Government Act Section 514. I'm not practicing right now as a land surveyor. However, I am just assisting Don and his family with this process, as I believe what they're trying to achieve. I know Brian gave a brief history. I just want to add a few things that we had met with the planning department about a year ago, and we're told the CVRD was once again supporting Local Government Act Section 514 subdivisions, which we thought was a very nice thing to do. In our case here, it is what I would call a textbook example of a model Local Government Act subdivision. We have 2 existing dwellings built with approved septic systems in place, with Don and Kathy living in the main house and their son, his wife, and 3 children in the second dwelling. Thus, they are able to support each other. And during this pandemic, it has only shown how important this intergenerational support is. Our local Section 514 proposed subdivision is not based on a lot being created and a home being built and a family moving in the future. It is based on a current situation that local Section 514 or Local Government Act Section 514 was made for. Please also note that we do acknowledge the detrimental effects of urban sprawl and all that goes with it. However, we are just looking to enable what the zoning density has allowed to be built to enable aging in place for the families, fully understanding the covenants will be placed on the properties to limit them to 1 dwelling each in the future. At our initial meeting, we were told the CVRD supported our proposed subdivision based on the preliminary sketch we had prepared, which is attached to the report as you've seen, subject to various conditions. At our pre-application rezoning meeting, we were asked to prepare a riparian areas protection report and a storm water management report to submit along with our fee with the rezoning application. These reports have all been done and completed, and we had read them carefully, as I'm sure your staff has, and there was no issues to address. So we thought perhaps it might have been beneficial if these reports had been either included or referred to the referral agency so they are aware that these reports all came in so naked, so to speak. And the final thing we just want to mention is that we just have one small concern, that there is a referral to Island Health. And as Island Health only responds to referrals at the subdivision stage, and we don't want this to affect the final outcome of the rezoning, as health has been referenced numerous times in the staff report, we are not concerned with health approval, as the secondary dwelling built in 2015 with an update in 2018 with septic systems approved by health is not an issue. We just feel that perhaps all the wording referring to health in the staff report is perhaps complicating matters, as they will be addressed by MOT at the subdivision stage. So I just feel that this is just not correct to have all this reference to health in there. In summary, we are hopeful that the review process today for referrals will go out to receive approval and ultimately final approval. Our goal is that these 3 generations of families may continue to support each other well into the future. Thank you for your time and consideration of this matter. On behalf of myself and Don and Kathy and their extended families, we appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ian. Do directors have any questions? Director Grieve?
Thanks very much. Thanks, Ian. I have had the privilege of working with a property owner in my area on a 514 a couple of years ago. And I can tell you that the daughter has now, and her family have now moved into their house that was carved out of the bigger property. And, you know, it is a bit of a situation nowadays with housing, and especially with the kids and trying to struggle to be able to afford anything out there. That you know, I think that's what the 514 was designed to do. And I know you alluded to urban sprawl, and once again, I direct everybody's attention to what exists already in the area. And I've always found the RGS very disingenuous of that because, you know, we're talking about existing lots. Most of those lots are smaller than the lots in the town of Comox across the road. Well, they just about all are. So I don't think that's an issue. I think it's really important. I can tell you that I'm looking to see about something very similar, getting my son to live on the property as well, because let's face it, you know, Donnie's not getting any younger, and you know, it just takes one little trip up off the roof, and you know, that after that is never the same. So it's good to have family around. We've been taught that through the experience we're going through with the pandemic. So I will definitely be supporting this because I think it's happening for all the right reasons. Thank you.
Thanks, Director Grieve. Just to clarify, we're not going to be making any decisions on support today. This is just we're going to eventually discuss referral. But I have a couple of questions. And, I'll go to Director Arbor first because I see your hand.
Yeah, thanks. I'll be supportive of sending this to referral. I do see the points that staff are raising as valid points. I think until we change that, you know, our regional growth strategy still drives a lot of our thinking, and along with our OCP around opportunities like this. This area is identified for extension of services in the future, and perhaps inclusion in the town of Comox or otherwise. That's the current plan in the regional growth strategy. And I think there's merit in not encouraging higher densities until those questions are resolved. So I understand why staff is putting their caution on this, but the homeowners seem well motivated and also have a good rationale as to why they would want to pursue it. So I don't think we should cut off at the pass and give this thing its chance, but with those cautions in mind that it's not a guarantee that this will go. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Director Arbor. So my questions to staff are around the referral to Island Health. It's my understanding the site, the property does already have municipal water. So I'm just wondering what Island Health would say if the septics are already in place and there is water. What could be their other objections or comments? Or are we just sending it as kind of a matter of they're one of the agencies, or is there any concern that staff think? Go ahead, Brian.
Okay, so through the chair, well, I guess to the chair. That's why we want to send a referral to Island Health for review and comments, and hopefully, and there could be soil conditions and other factors involved that Island Health would be privy to and can give guidance and comments to staff to help staff in their consideration of the recommendations. So just to confirm that in the staff report that presented in front of you, you are correct that the property is in the Comox Valley Water Local Service Area. It has 1 water connection and 2 private wastewater treatment systems. So this is Island Health is listed as a referral agency, and as a rezone application, it's early in the process, and it's time to gather feedback and comment from Island Health just to see what kind of comments they may provide us relative to soil conditions, slope, and other factors that they consider. And I see that my manager has more comments to add. Madam
Okay,
Chair.
I'll go to Ton first and then Ian, I'll see your hand after that. So Ton, go ahead.
Hello, through the CEO to Madam Chair and directors. Just to add with what Brian just mentioned, through the Local Government Act, it does refer that any lots that are less than 1 hectare needs to be approved by the Chief Medical Officer. With that too, Island Health is the professional when it comes to that type of criteria. And as staff here, we're not qualified to provide those comments.
Okay, thanks. Ian, did you have a response or a comment?
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, just a comment. The normal process we would usually take would be go to Highways Office first to apply for a subdivision. However, we were instructed to proceed with a rezoning application first so that we would know we had the rezoning in place before spending additional cost at the Highways Office. And through the chair to the CEO, we instructed staff that the Island Health does not give referrals out to us private citizens or the CBRD. The only time that Island Health gives out a comment back from referrals is at the point when the plan of subdivision is in for either an initial proposal or final proposal. So we have requested a letter from Island Health regarding this proposal, and they instructed us that thank you for your offer for referral, but we will not comment until MOT has it. And we discussed with staff that if they would like to contact Island Health, please do so, which CBRD staff did and got the same response that thank you, but we will wait until MOT has given us a referral. So that's why I just want to make a comment that the referral going out to health now will probably come back just with no comment. So I just thought it would be, it's extraneous having all this reference to that comment in the staff report. And the main reason it's in there is because, as Brian Chow and Ton True mentioned, is that when you have under a hectare and not less than 25 square meters, Island Health is referred to. But again, it's only at the stage when MOT is processing the application. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. A sort of more general question to staff. If the subdivision application does go through and is approved, the 2 properties are, I know they're both, undersized, but is there a potential then for each of them to put a second house on them? Is that, I heard a mention of a covenant, and how does that play in everything?
To the chair, in other section 514 rezonings that we have done, we will create a zone exception, meaning that we'll create a specialized zone just for this property where a legal description is attached. So it's only applied to this property. And in the zone exception, we will list as a maximum density of 1 dwelling per lot. A covenant is, we have not done a covenant in this situation because covenant is a private instrument that requires staff resources to track and monitor and enforce. It's easier and actually more effective to be placed in a zone exception for this property so that it's clear to everybody reviewing the zoning bylaw that this property has a maximum density of 1 dwelling per unit. So other rezonings that we have, other similar section 514s that were approved by the board that were done have that specialized zone exception of 1 dwelling per, maximum 1 dwelling per unit, Madam Chair.
And that zoning exception would happen pre-subdivision or during the zoning application? Oh, sorry.
To the chair. Well, we need to have this zone in place so that the subdivision at the time of review will meet the zoning requirements. If subdivision applications were to be submitted prior to the zoning application or approval, one of the CVRD comments would be that it does not meet the zoning minimum. So it's a situation where this zone should be in place for the staff to provide feedback to the ministry that yes, it meets the minimum lot requirements.
Okay. I have a flurry of hands now. I think Director Grieve, and then Director Arbor, and then Ian, I'll recognize after you.
Thank you. More of a question to staff. I know that in previous 514 requests, we have limited it to just the principal dwelling and those secondary dwellings. And we've been doing that for about 10 years or more. I'm just wondering, is that just a general practice or is there actually a written policy about that?
To the chair, to committee members, it's been a tool that's effective as a zone exception because it represents in a bylaw that anyone can download and refer to. And plus it stays with the property no matter who their future owners may be. So it has that lasting and effective tool. And so that's the short answer to your question. We found that it's been effective tool where everyone knows about it, and on the zoning map, it'll be colored accordingly. So future buyers can see there's something special about this property relative to its neighbors.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Director Arbor.
Just confirming, as part of the rezoning process, would there be the requirement as usual for a public hearing?
Okay, through the chair to Director Arbor, yes, if the board does decide to give the proposed or draft zone exception first and second reading, one of the recommendations would be to proceed to the public hearing along with the statutory requirements of notifying neighbors and ads in the paper. And it does mention that there will be a public hearing fee involved as well, which is part of the fees and procedures bylaw.
Thank you. Ian, you had a comment?
Yes, thank you, Arzina. I just wish to comment on your question regarding the document regarding the dwelling of one per lot. What would normally happen would be at the MOT approval for subdivision stage, the document would be prepared by the lawyer's office, referenced by your office, that would have the legal descriptions left as blank until filed by the land title office, or under the new system now, sorry, correct myself there. Under the new system now, they would be filled in and they would be approved by MOT and filed at the time of subdivision at the land title office, but the Ministry of Highways office would not allow that plan to be signed by them until that document before them for approval.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Director Ton has a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair. Just to expand on Brian's question to Director Greaves, the density component. The current zone right now allows you to have 2 dwelling units. And for staff to support such a proposal, we want to ensure that the density is consistent with the regional growth strategy and OCP regards to the density, that the density is not increased. So having a condition on those 2 lots, if the board approves, is to control density.
Sure. Okay, understood. I don't see any more comments or questions. I'll excuse the applicant and we'll vote on receipt. Is anyone opposed to receipt?
Thank you.
Hearing and seeing none, that's carried. Thank you, everyone. And we have a recommendation. It's moved And I can second that the board endorse the agency referral list as outlined in Appendix A. Any comments or questions on the recommendation? Hearing and seeing none. Anyone opposed? And that's carried. Thank you. And item number 3
you.
is an ALR non-adhering residential use for 7912 Island Highway, Fort Receipt.
And Madam Chair, before you consider the matter, just as my wife is the chair of the Agricultural Land Commission, in the absence of any perceived bias, I'll remove myself from consideration of this, and James Warren would be available for any questions of a CAO nature.
Thank you, Russell. So that's been moved for receipt. And I can second. Thank you. And I'm going to turn it over to staff in just a second. We'll let James sit down.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And Jody McLean is here to present the material on this staff report. Thanks, Jody.
Thanks. Over to Jody.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. Also on the line is Matthew Fox, the owner of the property. You can provide some more context on this. This is an Agricultural Land Commission application. The options here are to forward the application to the ALC or with comments and recommendations, or to refuse the application. So this application has 2 components to it. First, to live in the older house while constructing a new house. And second, to keep the older house as an additional dwelling on the lot. The zoning regulations, they make provisions for a temporary accommodation of additional dwelling while constructing a new dwelling. And those are applicable to all zones throughout the regional district. As the applicant will be held to those regulations, staff is supportive of that portion of the application. Regarding the additional dwelling, because the placement of the house, both houses are as consistent with the official community plan policies, encouraging additional dwellings in the ALR to be constructed in close proximity to one another within the same home plate. The staff is supportive of that portion of the proposal as well. The Agricultural Advisory Planning Commission reviewed this and recommended approval. The regional agrologist also reviewed and provided comments, which are in your package. Madam Chair, staff is recommending the application be forwarded to the Land Commission.
Thanks, Jody. And Matthew, do you have anything to add to the presentation?
No, only just what was written in the application. One of the reasons we're doing this as well too is because we're actually increasing the agriculture production of the land. We're putting 850 fruit trees in, a cranberry bog. I'm a beekeeper, and blueberry plants and grapes as well too. So we're really adding to the value of the property from an agricultural perspective as well too.
Thank you. Much appreciated. Good to hear. I'm going to ask if the directors have any questions of you. Director Grieve.
Thank you very much. I was at the agricultural AAP when this was discussed. And I see, we're definitely citing the new building in the right spot. It's not in the middle of the property with 2 stone lions at the gateway. Mm-hmm. But keeping the old house, my understanding is that come the 30th December, this will not be an issue. Is that correct?
It will be.
That might be a question of staff.
I'll ask a question to the staff. My understanding is that the ALR have different rules now that are coming into effect at that point. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. As of December 31st or January 1st, 2022, the regulations are going to change to allow for a second house limited in size to 90 square meters without Land Commission approval. So should this application be refused, one alternative they do have is to reduce the size of that existing house to 90 square meters, and then they could live in it as that.
Okay, thank you.
And I just had a question comment. I noticed the siting of the new house, is that a garage that's sort of overlapping a little bit? I'm assuming those are some small bushes that are on the photo.
Yeah,
That's going to be removed. And does it impact the area that looks like maybe a barn and a feeding lot area?
That area is gone now. This picture was taken from the people that we bought it from. So where you see all those bales and covers, that's actually going to be where a lot of the fruit trees are going. There's I think 80 peach and nectarine trees going in there.
Okay. Right. Well, they'll have a lot of fertility in that soil, so great job, good sighting. Yeah, and I also wanted to, thank the applicant for ensuring that the house stayed within a farm plate, like a home plate area, not in the middle of a field. I think that's that happens, but it sounds like you're actually intending to farm. So the site where it is it just currently being mowed, and is there any haying done on that area?
No, where the new house is being proposed, it is just grass they just kept it as a yard. So no, the haying happens about 100 feet down from the proposed where the new house is. That's where they were haying.
Thanks. Sounds like your cat's also in approval.
Yeah.
Director Arbor, you have a question?
You stole my joke. I think the cat raised its tail twice, and that was a clear vote in favor. No, this sounds like a good plan, and thank you for clarifying around that area as well. It was one of my questions. No, it sounds like that was well reviewed at the AAPC, and everything seems to make sense. I'm in favor of considering this for moving it forward.
Great, thanks. I don't see any other questions, so I'll excuse the applicant from the table and we'll vote on receipt. Is anyone opposed to receipt? That is carried. We have a recommendation to refer to the ALC.
So moved.
Moved and seconded. Comments on the recommendation? Hearing and seeing none, that is carried. Thank you, Matthew, and have a great time.
Thank you.
Happy
Yeah, great day
planting.
to you. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Union Bay Water Service Budget Amendment for Water Master Plan for receipt.
Move receipt.
Moved and seconded, and we'll just wait for Russell to come back and I'll put it over to staff. Oh, sorry, hold on. Nope, we'll press the button again.
So,
There.
sorry, did we introduce Kaylee
No, we
Lambert as
haven't.
the engineering? And Kaylee Lambert is an engineering analyst working in our engineering department, so is very familiar with the Union Bay water system, and will present this report and
Great.
answer any of your questions.
Welcome.
Thank you. So on June 7th, 2021, the CVRD wrote to the Ministry of Municipal Affairs requesting financial assistance towards completion of the Water Master Plan for the Union Bay Water Supply Distribution System. The Water Master Plan will analyze the water system for existing and future demarcations related to the development and settlement node. And this amendment will add the $50,000 grant that was approved on August 11th to the 2021 approved budget. Corson Associates Engineering Limited has been retained by the CVRD to complete the work, which is anticipated to be complete by early January 2022.
Thanks for that. Directors, any comments or questions? Everyone seems to be okay. Oh, Director Arbor. Go ahead. Oh, you're still mute.
So is the agenda at the right spot, or
I think we
I missed-
skipped. I think we just scrolled up. So we are,
on Union Bay, right?
yeah.
Yeah. So this sounds good in terms of obviously receiving the grant. I did note, I did note in the report by Kurs that there was a number of options, additional options tallying up to close to 100 grand. And I thought some of those items were of interest. So it's just a question of realizing we don't have the grant. What would be the future? Is these options things that we are planning to do or in the future, or what would be the timing? So any comments on some of the things that they suggested that we are not pursuing at this time?
Yes, certainly. I think they're not of immediate importance right now, but certainly could be pursued at a later date.
Any follow-up?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a very general, but at this point, staff is not recommending that we basically bundle everything and find another 100 grand and do all the work at once. There's no economies of scale in doing that.
Yeah, Madam Chair, we're just trying to live within our means, especially with the Union Bay early days of us taking over the system and not wanting to inundate the residents by either draining reserves or increasing taxation at this time without a thorough look at it. And this initial analysis will definitely help us.
We do not want to inundate residents. I don't think Langley Lake necessarily has the capacity to do that either.
Yeah, I think that was just a comment. Sorry, Director Arbor, you just went in and out. So I think there was something, a reference to Langley Lake not inundating everyone. So, okay, any other questions? Okay. So on receipt, is anyone opposed? Hearing and seeing none, that's carried. And we have a recommendation.
So moved.
Moved and seconded. Are there any comments on that recommendation? Hearing and seeing none. Is anyone opposed? And that is carried. Great, thank you. Moving on. Oh, maybe I should just ask, would folks like to, we have a few other items on the agenda and then a big discussion on economic development. Do you want to break now or go through them?
Why do you suggest going through the one more item, the Mount Washington fire, and then the rural economic development will be a longer discussion. So a break between the two might be in order.
Yep, that sounds good. Thank you. So we'll have the Mount Washington Fire Protection Service Fire Hall Project report for receipt. Moved. Seconded and over to staff.
Thank you very much, Chair and Directors, and James Bass, Manager of Fire Services, is here to present the report and answer any questions.
Thanks, James. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you through the chair and the CAO to the committee members. What we're providing today is a quick update with regards to the Mount Washington Fire Protection Service, specifically the Fire Hall project aspect of that service. We have a couple of aspects to look at or for board's consideration today. One is the assent process that we will be requiring by way of legislation, one for maximum requisition increase, and one for borrowing authority. The other aspect for consideration is utilization of the community works funds, and staff has a recommendation as well. We're open and available for any questions.
Great, thank you. And Director Grieve has a question.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you to James for bringing this forward. As you see, the original public assent process went forward in 2016. So that's only 6 years ago, almost. And I think at the time, there was a lot of discussion about what the maximum tax requisition would be. And I think the feeling we're at was to keep it somewhere around, was it 1.5 or something? 1.5 per thousand. But that proved to be unrealistic, especially in light of the inflation, cost of living, and cost of building materials and what have you. So, you know, this has been a long time coming. Like all fire departments, they tend to wind their way through process for a very long time before you actually see any rebar going into the ground. I would like to know, though, community works funds, the total funding is we're looking at $2.49 million, not a billion. And the community works funds total about 500,000. So I'm just wondering if we bumped it up to 750,000, adding another 250 to the pot. How would that actually affect? This is a Kevin question, I guess. How would that actually affect our tax rate for the residents? I know we're looking at amortization of 30 years on this term. Is that correct? So we're trying to do the best we can to soften the blow, but we're still up over $600 per year for the property owners up there. And I'm just wondering how we can soften the blow. After all, they have waited 6 years for this. And I kind of feel like we got to play catch up a little bit.
Thank you very much, Director and Chair. I will refer to Kevin Duval to answer the question, but also recognize too that one fortunate thing for the property owners will be the advantage on insurance costs when this project is realized. So while there will be a substantial tax increase, there will be likely insurance savings that they will realize. But Kevin can talk to the numbers and impacts as your question raised.
Thank you very much for bringing that up.
Kevin, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Good morning through the chair to the director. So yeah, I can speak to a couple components of this. So currently, just to provide the directors kind of some current information. So currently the maximum requisition or the maximum levy for the service is the greater of 150,000 or 1.15 per thousand. That equated to a maximum requisition available in 2021 of just over 212,000. We did obviously anticipate going into 2022 this project under its previous farm based on the initial estimates at that time when we approved the 21 through 25 adopted financial plan. We therefore anticipated that we would need a requisition in the tune of about 250,000 to support the long-term debt for this initiative, which would put us at that about a $1.25 range for a new requisition amount. With respect to the community work funds and their availability, I mean, the director could certainly consider an increase in contribution of community works funds. The Area C allocation could support that. And just to give you a sense of where those are right now.
Yeah.
Going into, this is as of June 30th of this year, because there will be a report coming forward shortly to the board updating the next quarter. Area C had funds available of about $3.9 million before commitments outlined in the previous financial plan. Those commitments totaled about 2.7 million over the next 5-year financial plan. That would then leave a balance of about 1.2 prior to the further contributions that would be anticipated over the next 3 years of the remaining term of the Community Works Fund agreement. And the Area C allocation would be about 400,000 per year for those allocations. So there certainly is the room. We did outline in the report and have looked at 2 different scenarios, one at that $500,000 level, one at a potential $750,000 level. It certainly will impact the kind of the debt servicing costs, but really to the tune of about $15,000 per year. So in order to ensure that we do have ample room within the requisition, we would still anticipate needing to be around that $250,000 level. I do, and I believe James would certainly speak to the issue of insurance. We do have to be cognizant that the Mount Washington service area is a bit of a special case given it is a resort area. And so we're not 100% clear on what the potential savings will be on the insurance, given that that would largely be predicated and determined by fire underwriters, and would be predicated on part onto the number of permanent volunteers that would be able to support that facility. And given that it's largely a part-time resident base up there, that would be something we would have to investigate further.
Before you switch off your light, Kevin, I'm just wondering if you have the Area B community works dollars uncommitted. on hand?
I do. So currently again, as at June 30th, about 2.9 million prior to commitments. There was then commitments identified as part of financial planning of about 2 million. So that would leave a balance currently of about 815 with the addition of, the remaining commitments over the next few years, which, bear with me, would be about 333,000 a year that would be contributed further from the remaining allocations from UBCM for the remaining term of community works funds.
Okay, so there's still about 800,000 uncommitted?
Currently, yes.
Okay, currently. All right. Just a comment, and before I go to James, that, I think Area B is benefiting quite well through the Merville Fire Hall. And if it would be helpful, I'd be happy to put some money, extra money forward from Area B to support Mount Washington. But I'll move it over to James to comment about insurance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If possible, I'd like to just provide some clarity with regards to the insurance. The insurance is a question that the steering group has been wrestling with for the full time, since the inception of the service. Insurance savings are not expected in the immediate. As Kevin had relayed, fire underwriters provide a series of criteria that will, under certain circumstances, manifest themselves in some premium reductions. One of them is the number of volunteers. And so the volunteers in are currently being trained at Oyster River. We have 8 volunteers. We require at least 15 for it to be considered by fire underwriters. And so until we're able to achieve that level, the responding department will continue to be Oyster River, which is beyond that distance of 8 kilometers. So no insurance premiums in the immediate are expected. The fire hall will be considered a focal point and provide a presence for the fire department on Mount Washington. And hopefully it'll become a focal point to encourage further volunteers. Thank you.
Director Grieve, did you have a follow-up question?
No, except that, I would really like this to go ahead in the building window next year, if we can get it started, because we have challenges up the mountain with the unique snow loads and steep slopes and everything else there. So we still have to go for an increase of requisition, no matter what we do, in order to service the debt, even over 30 years. But kicking in a couple extra $100,000 isn't going to hurt at all. So I'd be willing to look at that, however that pans out, and get this thing moving forward. It also shows, I think, the fact that we're bringing money to the table for Mount Washington. It shows good faith to the steering group that we're doing our very utmost, because we know that we narrowly averted tragedy up there about 3 times now. So this has been. I can't remember when the first, what was it? It was a petition. I think the first one that failed was quite a while ago, and then the second one, and they all seem to be revisited after there's a catastrophe up there, or close to a catastrophe. So better to get this going forward at ASAP while the Canadian dollar is still relatively stable, and it's never going to get cheaper to build than it is today. So thank you.
Thanks. I see Director Arper's hand up.
Thanks. I would have liked to see the participating area map, but I guess this will come in the next report on this.
Yeah, I can provide you with that information, the participating area map. Whether it's included in the next report, which will be based through legislative services, I would have to defer to the legislative services to see if it would be included in that staff report.
Okay, thanks. I don't see any other questions from the directors. So let's vote on receipt. Anyone opposed to receiving the report? Hearing and seeing none, that's carried. And then we have recommendation number 1. Moved
Second.
and seconded. Comments about that recommendation? Questions? Hearing and seeing none. That's anyone opposed? That's carried. Recommendation number 2.
I'd like to move to with the contribution of $700,000.
Okay, so Director Grieve has moved that recommendation 2 be worded to include 700,000 from electoral area C. And wondering if you wouldn't mind an amendment if electoral area B could kick in another 200? Would that?
Yep,
be amount?
that would be an appropriate amendment. You could do that as the resolution is being crafted before it's seconded and then it's voted on, or.
Sure. Well, is that all right to include that as your motion? Yeah. Okay, I'll second. So it's on the table now so that it's going to read 700 from area C and 200 from area B. Comments or questions about that recommendation? Hearing and seeing none. Anyone opposed? And that's carried. Thank you. Well done. Let's get a haul up. Okay, so it's 12:30 now. I'm just wondering if we want to take 10 minutes to grab your food and maybe can we do a working lunch? Can we eat while Alan's going to be here in person, Daniel? So is that okay for you?
It sounds good. I'm just concerned that we may have to give the room at 2:00 to the city of Courtenay for their council meeting. So
no, we're okay.
I'm just joking. That's later on for a conversation, but okay. I'll see you in 10 minutes.
Okay, all right. Daniel, are you back? Doesn't look like it. Nope. I think so. I saw the video. Your video's on.
I'm here.
Okay, sorry. It's Taco Monday, so lunch took a bit longer to prepare. You missed.
Oh, what? You guys might have missed out on my lunch.
Oh, that's true. That's true. All right. Are folks okay if we call the meeting back to order? Well, it's going to be a working meeting. Our hands are going to be all dirty, but this is going to be hopefully a robust discussion. So I'm going to call the meeting back to order. And we're going to go on to item number 6, discussion on rural economic development with Alan Nielsen to conduct a strategy session for rural economic development. For receipt?
No receipt.
Moved, and I can second. And I'm going to pass it over to Alan. So welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's delightful to be here today. And as always, as you mentioned, we are going to discuss rural economic development. And I'm happy to take the group through some slides and ask some questions and hopefully facilitate, as you noted, some robust discussion. I've got some slides on the screen in front of us, so I will just jump into those if I could and propose a little bit of a discussion outline, spend the next hour and a half or so on a few different topics. Start with a little bit of purpose of the discussion and then get into the rural economic development as a concept, define that and think about different ways we may think about that. We're going to see that it means different things to different people, and not necessarily one perspective is not necessarily better than the others. They're all legitimate, but we'll talk about kind of how we want to define rural economic development. Want to look at a few examples from elsewhere, and then have some good discussion around different ideas and some interests that the groups may share and some concerns that directors may have with respect to some kind of rural economic development initiative going forward. And then finally, talk a little bit about next steps. So the purpose today, really, and if it's okay with the committee, I will just sit here just because then it's Director Arwer can hear me and others who are chiming in can hear me as well if I'm right in front of the microphone. So the purpose really is threefold of the discussion. One is to think about what we mean by rural economic development and to consider the need and the value of economic development focused specifically on electoral areas. I'd like to then share with the group a few examples of what other rural areas are doing in economic development. And in those examples, I've taken cast a bit of a wide net. So there are 3 from within British Columbia, but different parts of British Columbia. I've gone off of Vancouver Island just to give a sense of the different things that rural areas can do, either individually or together. And then I've also taken one for Ontario. And then, as I mentioned earlier, the key part of the purpose is to hear from directors about some ideas, some interest, and some concerns about this kind of function. Let's talk first of all about what is it? What do we mean by it? When we think about kind of the definition, there's a whole bunch of different definitions for rural economic development. And so we're going to go through a few of these and focus on a couple of key terms and then maybe get a sense from directors as to how they see it differing from general economic development or regional economic development or even municipal economic development. So when we think, what is rural economic development? Well, we can think of it as efforts and initiatives that we can undertake to create economic opportunities for rural communities and the people who live with them. So the focus there on creating those opportunities. What is the role of local government and of the electoral areas in particular on creating those opportunities in the areas? We've also got supporting activities. So supporting as opposed to creating opportunities, but focused on job creation and building resilience while also protecting these unique lifestyles. So I've highlighted there creating jobs and unique lifestyles because those I think are particularly important to electoral areas, to rural areas. The creation of strategies. So we see economic development strategies as being important to guide initiatives, but creation of strategies and initiatives to help rural areas transition economically from what may be traditional activities to new types of activities. And so I've highlighted their transition economically because typically and often in economic development services and functions, we see that idea of moving. Economic development functions often get developed because of the need to create some kind of transition. And so we see transition and or helping rural areas transition economically as a key part of the purpose or the definition of rural economic development. We can also think of rural economic development as approaches to build community capacity. And that means different things to different people, but build that capacity that can then be used to create opportunities and also to attract investment to the areas. And then finally, a process of identifying and building on strengths. So what are the key strengths we're trying to build that are unique to the area while also identifying those new opportunities? Let me pause there and just ask directors for some thoughts on those. Does that resonate with you? Is that too broad? Are there ones that you object to there? Let me get a sense from you, if I could, just in terms of what you think of those different definitions.
I know our mouths are full. Any comments from the directors? I personally appreciate those definitions. Thanks so much for that, Alan. I think, you know, it covers creating the opportunities, attracting jobs, but also identifying that, you know, the rural areas are going to have some constrictions in versus municipalities and other areas on the types of things that we can do and that what we have oversight over. So I'd love to, you know, if we can look at building on our strengths, what are some of the commonalities that we all have in our rural areas? That would be really helpful.
Maybe I can ask you on that point, Chair, what are maybe identifying some of those strengths?
Sure. So, I mean, two strengths that I see in the Comox Valley is our land base. We've got both aesthetically, but also productively, a great land base. And then we also have a place that people want to come to. So it's very attractive for tourism. Those, I think, are two strengths that we have.
Any other input? Okay, we'll move on. Maybe I can ask, just if we think about, okay, we're gonna, I think we run it. There we go, thank you. How does it differ? How does rural economic development differ from economic development in urban areas or economic development in regions, or does it differ?
Well, I think our inability to control business, like we don't do the, you know, business permits. You know, that's a tough one.
Yeah.
The RD itself doesn't own a lot of land,
right,
which is different from many municipalities have land to put up and attract a business or, you know, a sector.
So different assets on which to build then, on what government can do to kind of put assets forward to be part of the solution, for sure. One of the other things too is, and we referred to it on the last slide, is the idea of unique lifestyle. And while every urban area has a unique lifestyle, arguably the lifestyle and the uniqueness of the lifestyle is even more a factor in rural areas. Is that fair to say, or?
Yep.
Okay.
I wonder if Daniel, if you wouldn't mind chiming in, because one of the strengths I didn't point out is we have a fantastic community of artists, and I know Hornby and Denman are kind of those key areas, but I think they're distributed throughout area A, B, and C. So you know, both you know, physical artists like doing crafts, but also, you know, in other areas too.
Sure, absolutely.
Yeah, there are differences for sure, but I think there's also a ton of commonalities. I think even when I was like dev officer in Hornby, Cumberland called me, and a lot of what they were attempting to do was very similar to the kind of initiatives we were running here. That's before they created their thing. So they actually have perhaps more ease in both regulatory and economically to do things. But what you have in rural areas, especially in our rural areas, is I don't think it's unfair to say that you have very tight communities. So everybody knowing each other, all those kinds of things, which actually have the advantage of killing initiatives really early or making them progress really rapidly if everybody's on board, or at least having really good social license around, or really bad social license, but you get that feedback pretty immediately. Whereas I think in larger places, the Economic Development Agency may be seen more as a thing out there that's doing things. But again, now I'm applying kind of a community economic development model rather than a more like a business focused corporate kind of model. So yeah.
And sometimes actually I would the community economic development versus the business focus, in some cases, the line between the two is very blurry, I would think.
Yeah, yeah, good point. You have a lot of tiny businesses or things like that, but I think you can anyways, for me, it's not the main, I think they both have opportunities to, especially these days, to work in similar areas. One of the things that I know that we haven't really looked at from a rural economic development perspective is that, probably 70 or 80% of our lands are forested lands.
Yes.
And in forestry lands. And that's something that we've never really even thought about because it's just a small number of corporations that own them, and there hasn't been real discussion around how to leverage that into the long term. But from a land-based perspective, that's one opportunity we have that municipalities don't. We have about 80,000 hectares or 100,000 hectares of forest lands out there.
Yeah, that's a good point. So that being a kind of a key asset, then, even though it's not owned by the regional district, that is a resource in the area for sure. Okay. Any other thoughts then?
Maybe just from Daniel's comment about the tight communities and the social license. We do have, like, within the areas some very distinct. I'm trying to figure out a good term for it, but identities maybe. Black Creek has an identity and Hornby has an identity. So there's this really interesting mosaic of, I hate using the word brand, but there's different brands across the rural areas in terms of what each of those regions provides, and I think it kind of attracts certain people. The other thing is we've seen a huge influx of people recently from outside of the region who've been attracted to the affordability of rural lifestyles. But I mean, that's changed as the demand has really outstripped the supply. But we have, I think, a very diverse workforce who are working from home primarily and have a lot of skills. So I think that this diversity of the people living here is way higher than it's ever been. Yeah.
And now and of course, and as we're discovering right in real time here with Zoom and everything, it's kind of, where you are is less important when you're able to kind of be on Zoom and in other ways. And maybe more it's the infrastructure that you have in place to allow that to happen. Yeah. Okay. We can come back to some of these concepts, but let's move ahead and look at some other places just to get a sense of what's out there, because often we can kind of in looking at what others are doing, it helps not only create ideas or generate ideas for us, but it also helps to kind of maybe destroy certain myths or ideas that we may have or preconceptions we may have about what economic development in rural areas is or could be. So let's kind of look at a bunch of different areas. I've got 4 different ones to focus on here, and I'll try to pull out some of the key points and some of the takeaways from each, and then we can discuss them as we go through. The first one is and I will just mention, just as an opening point then, we do see a lot of places in BC, but also beyond BC, focusing on rural economic development. And we see lots of support from senior governments as well, federal level, provincial level, and outside of Canada, we see a lot of different agencies set up to focus on rural economic development. And it's quite an exciting kind of area of activity these days because there's lots of new things going on. So if we look in British Columbia, let's start first of all with Regional District of North Okanagan. So just kind of north of where I am in the Okanagan, this is kind of centered on Vernon, but we've got Coldstream, we've got Enderby, Lumbee, Spalmachine, Armstrong, all those places there, all those farming places. We've also got a number of 5 different, 5, I believe, electoral areas as well there. So this is a service of the 5 electoral areas. And interestingly, when they started talking about this service, which was in 2016, they started talking about it from a regional perspective. And then the municipalities decided that, no, we're not comfortable being part of that. So the 5 electoral areas then came together and said, you know what, there's something there for us that we can focus on because our needs and our desires are a little bit different than those of the municipalities. So we've got a service in place to support initiatives, and some of those initiatives really are the key ones they've identified: workforce development, business retention and expansion, and then data gathering and information. So kind of, and communication, I beg your pardon. So the idea, and that last bit being kind of a service through which to kind of gather all the information that different players need in order to put it to use. But workforce development, a key one, and business retention and expansion. So you'll note that we don't see a lot of business attraction or investment attraction there. And when we think about economic development in a broad sense, we have kind of business retention and expansion, and then we have investment attraction as kind of key containers, if you will, or key buckets of activity. And we know from all of the data that the biggest bang for the buck comes with kind of retaining, expanding, supporting existing businesses. So we see a lot of services focused on those activities. We also, though, see some focused on that attraction of investment too. But I think the idea is if we can retain and expand our existing businesses, the attraction kind of follows because they create a bit of a magnet for new investment to come in. Yeah.
Sorry, would you mind sort of going into a little bit more detail of what business retention expansion looks like? Like what would some of the activities be around that?
Sure.
Yeah.
So everything from kind of looking at, and we see that in this particular service, it's mostly a grant service. So in terms of coming up, if a business sector comes up with different ideas on what they may wish to do to develop new markets, or what they may wish to do to have kind of new services in place within an economic sector, grants can go in to help support those, to seed different ideas. And so a little bit of kind of priming the pump almost, or seeding those ideas. And then when we think of business retention as well, as what do we need to provide to businesses to keep them here in place? What are the supports that they need? It could be everything from infrastructure. So whether it's wireless or a broadband kind of stuff, what can we do to bring in some of that infrastructure? It can be things like bringing down barriers that they may be facing and dealing with local government or dealing with other levels of government. So there could be an advocacy role there for a service. So those kinds of and it could even be business retention and expansion, could even involve, we see this, in some places, even kind of getting out and meeting with different companies and helping them create partnerships with other companies. So lots of quite a range. And I think as we go through some of these examples, we'll see a little bit more about what can be done. I mentioned that the RDNO service is primarily a grant service, and we're dealing typically with grants of up to about $10,000. So businesses, different groups and different organizations coming to, not individual businesses, but organizations representing businesses and sectors coming to the regional district and identifying projects and then seeking contributions to those projects up to $10,000. They do also allow 30% of the funds to be directed at regional district initiatives that would be managed and undertaken by the regional district to support the function. There are 5 electoral areas. All 5 of them are participants in there. They started and they continue to have quite a low tax rate. So it's not a lot of money in there, under $100,000 per year in there right now. And so they're kind of just finding their feet still. The service began in 2018, but it's really only taken off in the last year or two. Now, one of the things which is very important is because there in the RDNO, as in many other places, you've got electoral areas, jurisdictions kind of coming to the table saying, we think this is a good idea. We think that there's enough uptake on the part of business groups and others in our communities, and not just business groups, but different community groups that have ideas, whether it be around agriculture, whether it be around tourism, those kinds of things. We think that there's enough uptake that we want to get on board with this service, but we're a little nervous about getting into something and sinking too much money in. So they've done 2 things. One, they've started with a low tax rate to begin with. They've started with a low requisition to see how it works. And the other thing is they've put into the service establishment bylaw a 6-month withdrawal notice. So they've said, you've got all the abilities under the Local Government Act to get out of services, but over and above those, we're putting in an exit ramp if jurisdictions are not comfortable after at any time. Just give 6 months notice and you can exit the service. So projects, they have identified specific sectors that in which they will support different grant applications. One is agriculture, tourism, forestry, technology and manufacturing, and then the creative industry. So in all of those different areas, there's different nonprofit groups that have brought together players in each of those different areas to come up with ideas on how to grow existing businesses, how to bring in new ideas, how to attract investment and come forward. And some of the grants that they have provided thus far, some of the support they've provided, the North Okanagan Food Systems Initiative, Sovereign Lake Nordic Club. The Sovereign Lake Nordic Club is a Nordic skiing, cross-country skiing group that brings in different training camps to the area. And then the Okanagan Film Commission, because there's actually quite a bit of filming going on right there, as there is throughout British Columbia these days. Any thoughts, any questions on the RDNO service?
Go ahead, Daniel.
Yeah, it sounds like they're taking a bit of a granting approach, right? Which yeah, thank you for confirming that. Yeah, so yeah, even the Denman model for economic development is that. So they're basically distributing it based on needs and demand from any organization, nonprofit or typically nonprofit, that want to forward an initiative. So that's one model for economic development. And I guess the other one probably that you'll present on are those that actually try to build initiatives, etc., which usually requires a different level of capacity.
Exactly.
In the case of this one, what I would think about is whether we need to maintain an economic development function or whether we could simply have a thematic inside of our rural community grant function that could serve the same purpose, because we already have an established granting cycle and we've started, doing other things with it, the multi-year agreements, et cetera. So it would be a question I would have whether it would be worthy to have just I guess a funnel for economic development project inside of the grant and the rural community grants, or whether we would actually want to just to maintain a service specific to that, and what would be the merit of doing that?
Yeah, I think that's a really good observation, Director Arbor. And I think that when we look at, and I just realized that if I'm standing up, you can't see me, so I'll sit down there. I think if we look at that particular service in the Okanagan, you're quite right. The focus is on grant. They have kind of, as one looks at it, you can kind of see that they've created a little bit of a space to expand it into more of a full-fledged function. So they've got 30% of the grants being available for regional district initiatives. So I think they're anticipating over time becoming more of a full service function. But I think it's really a good observation that you can have that simply as a grant function. And if you do only have it as a grant function, is there merit in going the full way and creating a new service, or is there merit in creating a separate little container within an existing grant function? And it comes back to a theme we'll get into a bit later as we get into more discussion around what it is we want to do, that this kind of service, as in many other regional district services, really is about kind of whatever you want it to be. And that's kind of the beauty and also the difficulty.
Ellen, if I could ask a question about the whole granting service. So having previously worked with other granting organizations, there generally has to be a fair amount of hand holding and massaging in order for grant applications that are worthwhile to come through. So when you say that 30% of the funds were reserved for RD functions, was that to cover the costs of staff to do, to support these grants coming through? Just trying to figure out what that.
Sure. Yeah, it doesn't, from what I've been able to gather from the one discussion I've had with RDNO and from the materials I've looked at, it doesn't seem, those initiatives don't seem to be about kind of the handholding but they have done, they do have a fairly extensive set of materials that they've put in place to provide guidance. So they've got an extensive kind of grants program guide. They've got kind of, sample applications. They've got all those kinds of things. They've got lists of places that have been granted in the past that you can contact to kind of get information. There is going to be a little bit of a handholding thing. And so they do have at the RDNO, they actually have a separate director position, staff director position that is in place to provide support to the electoral areas. So there is a little bit of that time that's put in there as well. But I think it's a good point, is that yes, there does need to be some of that hands-on assistance. And so you may want to kind of provide funding for that in that scenario.
And just one last quick question. With each of the 5 regional districts or 5 rural areas supporting, is there a geographical, does each area get a project, or how do they ensure there's a bit of fairness, or is there an issue around that? Do you know?
I would guess there probably is quite a bit of attention around that, although there's nothing in the materials that actually say there must be kind of regional parity or sub-regional parity or electoral area parity. When we look at some of the if we look at those 3 examples of places that have got grants thus far or in the last couple of years, the North Okanagan Food Systems Initiative, the Okanagan Field Commission, both of those kind of transcend individual jurisdictions. The Sovereign Lake Nordic Club, however, is specific to one electoral area. So, but it does talk, if you look through the grant materials, there is information, there are questions in there about, demonstrate, show us how this investment is going to benefit not only your immediate area, but other areas as well. So I think that people are expected to make that case too. But there's nothing in there that says every year we will allocate a certain amount to each electoral area. Let's move on if we could. And let me jump into right across the country, or halfway across the country, Liz, to Prince Edward County in Ontario. It is a rural area. So in Ontario, they don't have, actually nobody else has the regional district system. So it's a little bit different. So they do have counties, which are similar in some respects to regional districts, but they're also a little bit different in that they contain, they do have their own council, municipal council, and they're identified as a municipality. But they are quite rural in nature. So Prince Edward County has developed the Community and Economic Development Commission. And its role really is a facilitator role to facilitate organizations but also institutions, individuals to come together and create different partnerships. And it also supports municipal projects related to what they've termed as local, social, and economic priorities. So it's similar in the RDNO in that respect, in that they've kind of got and efforts on seeding ideas in the community, but also providing some capacity to have projects done by the municipality. The commission, and I should mention that in the RDNO example, that service is governed by the Electoral Area Services Committee, and so which includes all 5 electoral area directors. In this particular case, with the Economic Development Commission, it's a 9-member advisory body to council, so a board in our case, and that includes 2 members of council or 2 elected officials plus 7 community members, and they've taken those members from different sectors, economic sectors. One of the things that the county does is, or that the Economic Development Commission does, is it participates in, it creates these economic, these business retention and expansion initiatives. And so it goes through and looks at, and I'm not sure why on the screen here, it's kind of changed all the terminology there, but this one actually says, I think it's written in Klingon, but it actually says that it is kind of arts and creative industry. So when we think of, so they've kind of gone through a number of different sectors, one being the arts and the creative industries, as they refer to it. And they look at the strengths of that sector. They look at growth opportunities. They look at all those kinds of things. So one of the ways that they then kind of, they assist or service they provide for business retention and business expansion is to really do a deep dive study on individual sectors and find out what the opportunities are, what the barriers are, and what the government can do going forward then in terms of helping to kind of bring together and creating opportunities in that sector.
You know, Alan, I really like the idea of sort of a body that has the expertise in specific areas, like you mentioned. Like I can see one, you know, for here, you know, farming, film, arts. There could be, you know, and we've got the college with the business, you know, degree up there. Having an advisory to the regional district, I think would be so beneficial, because I think one of the issues we've always sort of struggled with is how to reach, you know, the community and how to know that what projects are really needed in the area. And so having an advisory group makes a lot of sense. I guess the issue is just like, where's the power lie and where are some of the checks and balances? And that's probably later on, but I'm just noting that that's sort of it sort of came up during COVID when we had the Economic Development Task Force, where we had all of those key people from the different sectors, but kind of got stalled, and there didn't seem to be a way for many of their recommendations to then get action. And so that's where, you know, we could potentially play a role, especially if we do have either funding dollars or, you know, other regulatory changes that we could make.
Well, and I think a lot of the actions are informed by a strategy that's put together. I think a lot of the directions are not, it's not kind of, you know, on the fly, arbitrary decision-making kind of stuff. It's kind of what is the strategy point to in terms of the directions we want to take. And then I think also we mentioned that it is very much an advisory body, and you've noted that, Chair Hamir, to the council, to the county council. And so at the end of the day, the elected officials around the table need to kind of receive that advice and determine how to best go. But they're guided then on kind of these annual priorities that are put together. And we see that we've got our strategic plan in place. And the last one they did, actually, I haven't seen a most recent one, but February 2014 to February 2019, that's the one that was last done for Prince Edward County. But every year the commission comes together to do an annual strategic priority review. And working groups are established on specific subject matters. So again, kind of bringing people from the different sectors to the table to help inform that discussion. one of the things which is very interesting, and this is something that can be advantageous to rural collectives, if we want to put that way, or rural areas, is becoming an advocacy body for and a receiving body of federal and provincial funding. So we see that just last year, actually, the federal government through the Rural Economic Development Program, the one that's focused on Ontario, gave $500,000 to the commission to start to put towards tourism-oriented businesses, to help those tourism-oriented businesses that had been hard hit with COVID to put in place to keep people working and to kind of rebuild going forward. So the focus really there on job retention, but it was quite a significant amount of money, and the commission figured that it could use those funds to help 100 businesses, or I beg your pardon, 50 businesses, and they wanted to really focus on that job retention. That is the Prince Edward County idea, and just kind of looking at what's going on in rural Ontario. A third example is north of here, Haida Gwaii. So this is an organization, and we're kind of doing the full menu here. So we've looked at the RDNO, which has an elected officials committee. So the Electoral Area Services Committee in RDNO. We've looked at an advisory commission made up primarily of community and sector representatives in Prince Edward County, Ontario. And now we're kind of looking at a third model, which is the Economic Development Society model, and it's called the Misty Isles Economic Development Society model in Haida Gwaii. And this particular society was created in 2008, and it now has been going on since that time. And it's got quite a bit of structure or kind of as part of it in order to kind of give it legs and to allow it to pursue. So they've got about 3 or 4 full-time staff, for example, working on different initiatives. They're focused really to enable coordinated efforts and pursue joint economic development activities. So finding activities, finding initiatives that kind of take into account the interests of more than one jurisdiction, and sometimes even more than one sector, and finding ways to develop opportunities that benefit more than one jurisdiction, because we see it's a 5-member board, and those 5 members come from 3 very small municipalities in Haida Gwaii and the 2 electoral areas in Haida Gwaii. And I had the pleasure actually of going to Haida Gwaii last year or a year and a half ago, and visited some of the municipalities in the electoral areas, and it is quite rural.
So can you just clarify? So the board of directors is actually elected officials? They're not.
The board of directors is one representative from each of the areas, and they are elected officials. So each director on the society's board of directors is an elected official who happens to represent a particular jurisdiction, whether that be one of the municipalities or an electoral area. But it is a society, so it's a separate legal entity from the regional district.
Director Arbor's got a question.
Yes.
It is interesting that I guess they formed this, and in our region, people have been so concerned about not having elected officials on these outside societies. And here's an example where they're making it work. Maybe things have changed, but that was a big topic at CVEDS, right, for years, that elected officials should not be on the society, and et cetera, as a result of the Salt Spring case there a number of years ago. This, other than the elected official, the society model is what I'm most familiar with in terms of the relationship between our regional district and the Hornby and Denman organization. So you can have a lot of success. You definitely, it would be interesting to think about having elected officials, say the 3 of us rural directors. That's something that hasn't really crossed my mind, to be the drivers around this. But what we do have is sort of more external members, and there's in the case, for example, of CEBA, there can be issues where control for CVRD can be more challenging perhaps in establishing priorities or how things are reported and all that. But there can also be advantages in the sense that you don't have to worry about it every day. You don't have to file your papers with the province at the end of the year, et cetera, et cetera. Though I was calculating while you were speaking, you can be very successful. I think from my quick calculation, with only 3 projects, IC Hornby has attracted $25 million of projects in the last 5 years, right? So they were instrumental in securing the grant for 2.6 million for the affordable housing development with a value of total 10 million. The fiber optic that is not confirmed yet because we're heading to referendum, and the Arts Center at 1.5 million. All of these projects were born out of intentional strategies designed years ago, and focus areas and initiative development around them needs a little bit of luck for the stars to align. But having a society can be a good model for sure, as opposed to what I saw in the first example, which was more of a grant model.
Yes.
Quite often with the level of grant that you put out, when I saw the 10,000, you're not likely to be the major player unless you're looking at micro lending or things like that. Like, you're really putting the resources into the community, and they'll appreciate it, but you're not likely to be the driver of those initiatives.
No, that's a really good point. And I think, yes, with respect to the society model and the success that Hornby has had in terms of bringing in money, yeah, that's a big plus for sure. But I think that one of the key points you made, Director Arbor, which is particularly salient and I think important for directors and others to focus on, is the critical importance of that strategy, that underlying strategy. And in each of these cases, interestingly, in the Prince Edward County one, in the Haida Gwaii one, and the one we'll look at next, they all had a very strong strategy in place. The RDNO one, a little bit less so. That one's been a little bit more, that's a work in progress, I suspect. And the dynamic in every regional district is a bit different, but I think the ones that really succeed and that have that long-term staying power, I think are the ones that have that very carefully thought out strategy that sometimes looks at governance as well, but will at least kind of focus on where they're going to make the biggest impact.
Alan, before you go on, I'm just noting that Director Greaves been unusually silent. Just wondering if you've got any comments so far on anything that's been presented, any of the models from the different regions. Okay, all right, move on. Thanks.
So when we look at Haida Gwaii then, and we think of the different projects, and another point Director Arbor made, which I think it bears repeating and is maybe a little bit of emphasis as well, is the scale of projects. And so we see with Prince Edward County, we see with Haida Gwaii, we'll see with the next one, a bigger bang for the buck, almost a sense of like, if we're going to put money into something, if we're going to support something, let's make it worthwhile, as opposed to the RDNO one, which is more seed capital. And there's nothing wrong with that, but I think it also kind of really speaks to the point I made a moment ago, which was that the RDNO one is still kind of finding its feet a little bit, and it's still a work in progress. And so perhaps as they move forward and continue to find small successes and firm up their mission, they'll be able to kind of look at more substantial projects. So when we look at Haida Gwaii, then there are a few things that they have really kind of focused on. A few things they're focusing on right now, and some that have been long lasting. The first one is the community forest project. And this harkens back a little bit to Director Arbor's comments earlier about kind of the forest resources here in the Comox Valley and how that's an asset to leverage. Haida Gwaii Community Forest Project has been an ongoing work now for a couple of decades. The negotiations have been pretty long lasting and intense, involving the society, but the society, the Ministry of Forests, and also Haida Gwaii, or the Haida First Nation. And so that is now kind of a work now that is underway. And so there's a fairly significant investment in, but also a huge revenue source from the community forest. There's a Love Haida Gwaii, which is all about kind of business retention and expansion. So those are efforts to kind of help local businesses connect with one another, to kind of buy local, to shop local, those kinds of things. Also to find out what needs there are in the community, whether they be kind of infrastructure needs related to broadband and other things, or whether they be kind of needs with marketing. But it's all about kind of helping local businesses that are there now to not only stay there and succeed, but also to expand. And then there's a Go Haida Gwaii program, which is more focused on bringing people to the region. So that's more of a tourism bent. And there's a separate website for that, which if you actually Google Haida Gwaii, you'll probably go to that website first. A big one here is e-commerce projects. So this is a key one on business retention and expansion, going back to your earlier comment or question, Director Hamir, about what kinds of tangible things are there in business retention and expansion. One of the projects that Haida Gwaii, the Society in Haida Gwaii has done, excuse me, is to create kind of a portal, an e-commerce project to help local businesses to sell their products and services outside of Haida Gwaii, so through online platforms. And it's noted in there really the rationale for that were statistics which showed that, and we've all seen this, a decline in not only because of COVID, but in fact pre-COVID, a decline in kind of in-person sales and purchases, and an increase in online sales and purchases. And so this particular initiative tries to say, look, we can help local businesses to succeed by ensuring they have a very secure and reliable platform in which to participate in online markets. And I've got one more example here, just to kind of round it out, and going to the east part of the province, we've got the regional district of East Kootenay. You'll notice right on the very front page here, there is a strategy 2019 to 2021, and that's the Columbia Valley Community Economic Development. It's a commission that has been created by the regional district East Kootenay for the Columbia Valley. The Columbia Valley is a sub-region with 3 very small municipalities and 2 electoral areas. A number of First Nations and other groups as well that are there that are participating in the commission. But most importantly, they've put a lot of energy into creating a strategy and identifying specific sectors that they wish to support, and goals that they want to achieve under those with each of those sectors, and specific actions that they can take to help bolster those different sectors. So we've got the Columbia Valley Community Economic Development Advisory Commission, bit of a mouthful, but it is in there. It is an advisory commission again to the regional district. So it's similar to the Prince Edward County in Ontario. Provides advice to the board and to the Columbia Valley directors on economic development in the sub-region. It includes the district of Invermere, the village of Radium Hot Springs, the village of Canal Flats, and then 2 electoral areas, F and G, First Nations, industry, business, and there's the College of the Rockies as well. Those groups are all represented as commission members. They've got a couple of key priorities. One priority is thriving local businesses, so business retention and expansion, and they've identified in there some key focus areas. One is a tech cluster, a second is agri-foods, a third is food hub, and a fourth is First Nations partnerships. And if you go through their strategy, and if you go through the materials, you can see that they actually took into account many, they surveyed, they looked at kind of many different industries. And going right back to an earlier comment in our definitions of rural economic development, where we highlighted the term building on strengths, they tried to identify where are their key strengths and where can we put our resources to really help those sectors build up and kind of capitalize on those strengths. And in so doing, create opportunities for others too. Another priority is workforce development and attraction. So in rural areas, this is often an issue in terms of getting the right people there and keeping them there. And not only in rural areas, but I would suspect in rural areas in particular. One of the key things is that, and I talked earlier about how we saw in the case in Ontario that having an entity in place can help to attract and to go after different types of grants. And just in 2021, the commission in the Columbia Valley has been successful in getting $440,000 in grants from the Provincial Rural Dividend Program and the Columbia Basin Trust. So considerable amount of money coming to the area from those, and those dollars are earmarked for different kinds of initiatives that fall under those 4 key priority areas I talked about earlier. And just to give a sense of kind of how some of that money is being spent. So we've got the tech cluster strategy, $100,000 of that money. Workforce development, $44,000. This is in 2021. Columbia Valley signage and identity, $238,000, and then reconciliation and relationships, $58,000. There was also a requisition of $320,000 in 2021. That's about $80,000 more than in other years and more than they will be going forward. So if we look at their 5-year financial plan for the regional district, this year is a particularly big year, and then subsequent years it goes down to about $240,000. But that requisition is brought from 5 different jurisdictions. And when we look at how some of that money is being spent, so we've got visitor services, so $100,000, physician recruitment, $19,000, and the Columbia Valley Airport, $60,000. So finding out, and that those particular areas for spending, in particular the physician recruitment and the Columbia Valley Airport, really speak to, I think, a role that the commission has carved out, that is government has carved out, to say, you know, one of the things we can do is to find out what some of the needs are, infrastructure needs, human resource needs, to kind of bolster and to help address in the areas. Okay. That kind of is a little bit of around the world or around Canada look at what is happening in rural economic development. There are many other questions, many other ideas as well. So, and I see that Director Arbor has his hand up.
Go ahead, Daniel.
Yeah, I think that last one, something that I like is, well, not that I like, but something that is can be highlighted in that model is just, with those kind of budget, you can tell that there's actual capacity and effort being built into the role quite a bit with those amounts of budget, where you actually likely have some staff and other resources. So that's something to consider around, between all the models you talked about, between the very low 0.2 cents requisition,
yes,
which I think at our level with the 3 areas, if I calculate quickly, that's not a ton of money. It would probably be 30,000-40,000 a year. I don't know if Kevin is there, but it would not be a ton. To the more extreme one at the 300,000 or 400,000, which is actually very similar to the requisition we had from the rural areas for CVEDs. If I'm calculating correctly, I think we added in that range 300,000-400,000 a year. So actually that last model is very similar in the resource intensity from the rural areas. But when you explain the strategies that are unique to rural areas and all that, then perhaps that would be worth considering.
Good point.
Thanks, Daniel. I noticed that Lisa posted something in the chat. Lisa, do you mind coming in, unmuting yourself, and do you want to speak to that comment or anything, related to what we've just spoken about?
Great, thank you, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, okay, great. Yeah, I thought I'd just share this. It's actually it was just sent to me, and it's a review of the advisory commission approach that the Columbia Valley took on about 3 years ago. So there's some great learnings there, and I think also some peers that you could look to in the Valley if you wanted to explore that option a little more. I think that Alan bringing forward these models, I think it's a great starting point. I think that these are sort of 4 high-level models, and certainly I'm happy to to speak with folks on some of the experiences I've had with a variety of these models on the ground. So happy to share any of my knowledge in any way with the directors as you move through your learnings here.
Thanks, Lisa. I'll maybe ask the directors first about their comments on what do you want, and then maybe I'll come back to you to comment on your experience with the different models. So,
Sure.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Does anyone want to go first? I'll maybe chime in. I guess it's hard to always say like, what do you want? Because of course you want it all. But you know, we've had like a couple of very strained, difficult years.
Yes.
You know, working with CVEDs. So it's almost like, what do I don't want to go back there. Like, so, you know, when I started seeing the models that were going towards more of that economic development society model, like a separate model, it kind of got my back up, I have to say. So I know I should probably just calm down. And but you know, the loss of influence, like when you have a separate society, the misalignment of priorities between the board and the separate society was really difficult. So those were for sure my concerns about seeing, you know, beyond maybe the granting model, because that seemed to be just something easy that we could take on. But I take your point and Danielle's point that, you know, those grant models are very small seed money. They don't have create a huge impact in the long run. But just wanted to put that out that was kind of my feeling when I first just, you know, started seeing them. Yeah.
Maybe I can ask a question if I could, just while we're waiting for others to chime in, Director Hamir or Chair Hamir, is the question I kind of think it may be value going back without kind of focusing so much on kind of the model per se. Is there a need for economic development in the rural parts of the electoral areas of the CVRD? Is there a sense among directors that there is something missing there, that that there's kind of both an opening and kind of an imperative for us as a local government to get in there and provide some support?
Yeah. Maybe I'll punt that over to the other directors first, because but Director Arbour, do you want to comment on that?
Yes, there's, and I mean, where I struggle is in the question of, you know, the area I represent in this conversation is half of my area, in the sense that it's not Hornby and Denman. So I'm focusing on the Fanny Bay to Royston corridor, including Union Bay. As I've talked pretty consistently since I got elected, the residents of that area have not really found themselves or found value in the past service. And that was clear just knocking on doors and feeling a little bit ignored by the service. In the context of the region, I'm not sure if the interests of that area are going to be that aligned with area B and C, which share more, I think, in common. I think the economic reality in the South are twofold. One is just a lot of the work around economic development our planning and engineering team are doing. A lot of the key drivers around growth in the Union Bay estates, like those are like economic development dollars at play that are going to shape or not the future of those communities. We did explore early on with CVADs. We brought some of their staff to have a discussion with the businesses and things like that, but that was just one session. You know, we just had one quick session, and there's no doubt that what is the role in business planning in that area and commercial planning and all those key elements so that we don't end up with a fully urban, suburban kind of sprawl with few services, everybody driving to Courtney. Like, what is the future? We do have some commercial areas, but we haven't put any kind of capacity around thinking how the local government can support the emergence of and give shape to what economic activity and the types of businesses that are going to be in that area. So that's one point. I think that looking in the next 20, 30 years, that's going to be the driver around the settlement node of Union Bay. The second driver is something you did not have in your examples, was a successful alignment, including in the resources and the governance between a First Nation and local government. Because the second and perhaps first driver, depending on what happens in the area, it will be Comox First Nation and their interest in the Southlands. There's a part of me that could see building a function together, right? Because they already have Comox First Nation economic development. They're already thinking about the future of the South area. And they're going to be at a similar scale as our largest project. So is there value in exploring how we co-resource something like that? And within a reconciliation agenda, all these things, right? Typically, you tend to see those economic development around corporations or whatnot around the province be quite separate, collaborating sometimes on one project together. So those are the things. But when it comes to what I don't want to see happen is recreating something that really, in various ways, recreates CVED. So then 4 or 5 years from now, my residents are like, why do we continue to pay for that? And we have immediate needs right now. So I'm torn between almost not having a function and saying to people, the economic development we're doing is planning and engineering, or if we're going to have a function, something that's more focused on area A, a little bit like on the Bainstown portion of area, a little bit like Hornby and Denman have their own function. So that's where my mind has been at, but I look forward to hear my colleagues as well, because I do keep an open mind.
Thanks, Danielle. Director Grieve, do you want to chime in on what? Okay.
So,
If you don't mind, yeah, I will just sort of say around the needs for rural economic development. My background's more on the ag side, so I will just chime in a few of the stats that we know already. So just reiterating that, we do have a very vibrant food ecology here. A fantastic farmers market, restaurants that support local food, schools are getting into local food, but we still see the Comox Valley on a per acre basis is one of the lowest outputs per acre as a dollar value. We have one of the highest aging farmer populations too. It's above 55. So, those in terms of is there a need? I see with those two stats specifically, there's a huge need in supporting better and higher use of agricultural land. And that is one of the resources we have. And then, if farmers are aging and leaving the industry, what is being done to attract that workforce? And there's not really anything north of sort of Cowichan. So that's where kind of some of the Young Agrarians projects stop, because we don't have anyone up here. So on the ag side, there's that. And then I do, I see the other areas, or the other side of Area B, where it is more tourism sort of focused, where we've got the Airbnbs and people are focused more on attracting visitors, and that's an economic base for sure. Which would probably have a little bit more in common with, Daniel's area and Mount Washington maybe, and sort of not really, like you mentioned, the lack of a strategy there in terms of how are we going to move forward with those accommodations is there any kind of alignment with the activities that are happening in the kind of tourism drivers, be they Mount Washington or the arts sector, or, you know, they seem to just sort of be there as an extra area of tourism housing, but not really part of a strategy. And I think it would make sense to kind of bring them into the fold. But, you know, I'll also reiterate Daniel's comments about recreating a seabeds. I've said it already. Sure. So that's those are kind of my concerns. But I think, you know, if we moving forward, I'm sensing a bit of a shared vision and some things that we all three have in common. But yeah, I'm not 100% sure. Yeah.
So thank you very much for that. And maybe I can just comment on a couple of things. I think one is when we look at kind of role of government and these kinds of things, that to me is kind of a key question to explore a little bit. And we've done that nicely through your comments, Chair Hamir, and also through Director Arbor's comments. And some people would say that, look, the role of government in economic development is to provide kind of the planning, to get the infrastructure in place, to provide that kind of platform on which and create that environment in which private business and others can succeed. And that's a legitimate perspective. Other people say, you know, we do that, but we also need to do a little bit more. And when we look at economic development, whether it be at an urban level or a rural level, but we'll focus on the rural for now. When we look at economic development in rural areas, we tend to see government take more of an active role in places and in cases where there are needs not being met, there are challenges not being overcome, where there are concerns that kind of, you know, provide a rationale for government to get involved. And so, and you've just kind of created, and when we look at the examples we gave earlier, in each of those cases, we can see that there was a need not being fulfilled. There were resources not being leveraged. There was potential not being met. And so we were able to kind of say, okay, we've got a role now for local government to go in there and create a service or a grant program or what have you. So one of the key things is kind of identifying what those needs are. And you touched on it a moment ago, Chair Hamir, when you talked about kind of the idea of having some kind of strategy. And that strategy can kind of look not only at what kind of what you're going to do as a local government, but more importantly, kind of look at what those needs are, where those holes are, those gaps are to be filled, and then what the potential roles are for local government to play in that. And then once those are figured out, then we can kind of worry about kind of how we're going to structure it. And then I think you're absolutely right. History is important. And so, you know, what happened with CVIDs and stuff is we want to be careful not to repeat some of the concerns that arose out of that experiment, but capture maybe some of the good things that also that occurred too. But you've identified on the agricultural side two really key points, I think, which we see in some other examples of other places. In North Okanagan, actually, we saw that, and that is kind of, you know, the use of agricultural land. So how do we kind of, and what can government do to help local entities get better production out of land, use the land resource to its full potential? And then the second one was that workforce development. How do we make sure there are people here who are going to continue to farm, because that's important to our economy and it's important to our lifestyle as well?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think COVID's kind of really highlighted that as well. I mean, I've never seen so many farms looking for staff and having a really hard time finding them, as we're seeing right now. But just going back to your point of, you know, the need. I mean, one of the other things that did come out as a positive during the CVID's term was the bicycle farm tour, which I don't think included Hornby and Denman, but could certainly. And people are missing that. You know, it was something that went up to Area C, went through Area B, and a little bit into Area B in terms of Fanny Bay, but you know, that type of service is missing. There's no organization that's kind of taking that on. And that overlaps nicely with both tourism and ag. You know, the Arts Council presented to the CVRD board just a few weeks ago with, you know, some ideas of where they wanted support from the regional district, not just the rural areas, But, my other concern is just like, how many studies and how many strategy sessions do we have to do before we kind of get on with it? So I don't know where the funding for those strategies would come from, if there are sources of that, but we do have, that art strategy that, the Arts Council already put out. And we do have an agricultural plan that's, just about to be launched. So those two seem to be like strategic planning, and I'm hoping, I don't know if Alana can speak to this, if that ag plan alone would be strong enough to kind of launch as a strategic plan as well for economic development.
And maybe before we pass it over to staff, maybe I can just make one comment on that, which I think dovetails nicely with what you just mentioned, Chair. And that is that, yes, when we look at the RDNO example we talked about earlier, which we've kind of put in a little bit of a corner on its own, saying it's not really a full service and it's just kind of a grant thing. That said, I think that was born a little bit out of some of the frustration you just expressed, in that, look, we've got a lot of strategies in place. When do we actually do something? And so RDNO has said, we're going to rely on the community to come to us to say, what are the gaps? What are the needs that aren't being filled? And what can we do through, albeit a modest program, to help with that? And one of the criteria that they have in place in terms of assessing grant applications is whether the particular grant supports and is consistent with their agricultural strategy. So very apropos your comments earlier. And I know you want to go to staff, and I see Director Arbor has his hands too.
Okay. I'll maybe go to Daniel first, and then Lisa, I can tee you up for the comment that you were speaking about earlier.
Lisa can go first.
Okay, thanks. Lisa, did you want to go back and just, I think you were going to comment about the different models that you'd had experience with.
Sure. I think, so working with two regional district areas, but within those regional district areas, multiple electoral areas, seeing models that have worked where the electoral areas come into certain partnerships, but then retain autonomy for certain areas. I think that is one model that seems to be able to address regional level priorities, workforce development, skill shortage. That's something that everybody is dealing with, and then needing to manage more localized economic priorities that deal with the uniqueness of each community. So I think that there's a few models that I've seen, certainly from the South Interior, that have worked in that way. I think from the commission level, I think that there's a lot of potential there. And I go back to sort of those unique needs that I mentioned just before, where a commission can come together, but then identifies those global priorities, and then have working groups dealing with specific things that are of interest to smaller groups of communities. I think from a perspective of where we are right now in the pandemic, I hear a lot of sort of that typical traditional community economic development terms like business retention and expansion. I think those types of strategies, they have a place, but I think we have an opportunity right now to be very directed in what our individuals' community needs are as a result of the pandemic. I think the poverty reduction strategy is a great example of the game changers within that are going to have a direct impact on the economic development. So at this point, there's a question here of what's the need, but what happens in absence of an economic development function? What's going to be missed? What are the gaps right now within the rural areas that, if they're not addressed, are going to significantly impact whether that's a sustainable economic level that we have right now or any growth. So I think that there's a, you know, what's that shared vision within our rural areas. I think priorities can be individualized for sure and worked on an as needed basis. But I think in terms of the models, we can look to other models, but I think there's also the opportunity to ensure that the model is appropriate for these communities and the time and place that we are in right now in the pandemic phase.
If I can ask you to elaborate, because that comment about, well, what do we miss if we don't have an economic development, structure or strategy in the rural areas? As someone who's worked in other regions that have done ECDEV, sometimes it's hard for the rural directors to kind of know what you're missing. I don't know if you want to comment on like, what are the things that we could have done or could be happening here that in other regions they maybe are that we're missing out?
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's an interesting place in time right now with that I'm starting to see some gaps emerge in the absence of CVEDs, and that's something that I'm just watching and will certainly report back. There is an absence of contacts right now. So for example, we had an inquiry this week from a tourism developer who is looking to potentially identify an area in rural coastal BC for an eco retreat. So without an economic function or somebody to be able to speak to that individual says, oh, there's nobody to speak to me in that area. They quickly look to a different location where they can meet with somebody that can give them information on the region. So I think that that is one real-time example. I think that right now, in terms of gaps, is certainly in this rural area or just in the Comox Valley in general. From my observation, is often what we call the ecosystem of business development services. And that ecosystem provides businesses with a range of supports, whether that is that's looking at businesses that are looking to for succession planning, to workforce development, as well as capital investment. And so, what is that ecosystem for the area? In terms of business development support, are there sector-specific business supports around here? Are there agricultural advisors? Are there business advisors? So I think looking to see right now, what is it that businesses are needing? The one thing that the pandemic has done is it has raised an awareness within the business community that there are basically two things. There's funding, there's grants out there that they can access, and there are services that they can access for support. The provincial government, through the economic trusts in the province, released a funding in the last couple of years. The most recent one was around creating positions in areas to provide support for business recovery and community resilience. This community, or the Comox Valley Comox Valley Regional District, with relying on CVEDs to leverage funding that they had from CVRD. The region looked to CVEDs to access that funding. This Comox Valley was one of the only areas in the province that did not access that funding. So there were no additional resources brought into communities. There's nobody else working on the ground right now that's supporting our rural areas in that. So looking at where those gaps are, one of my observations is that that this area has definitely not accessed and is not currently accessing the economic development funding that's available through the province and through other funders to support business business resilience as well as community resilience.
Thanks, Lisa. It's sad to hear that we're leaving a lot of money on the table. Director Arbour.
Yeah, I guess my perspective on that is obviously we're in a time of transition, and I think some of the big drivers around recapturing those pieces will be as Cumberland, as Courtney and Comox start to assemble their economic development offices. I think a lot of those services, I think, tend to be a little more municipal focused. If I look at the history of this, particularly in regards to CVET's performance on it. So I would expect that as they build their internal capacity around their ECDEV functions, that those are going to start to be picked up. I'm pretty sure that Cumberland applied to some things because they have built that capacity over the last 4 years. I don't know if they've had success or not. We certainly did on Hornby because the capacity is there. So it's a question as to whether in the rest of the rural areas, how do we pool around some of these needs? At the end of the day, I think, even if we pursued a scoping and strategy around a couple of options of what rural economic development could look like, because we've already seen there's vastly different models out there. So there's the one that's a little bit more, as you say, service focused. I do have a question. We had a delegation from the Chamber of Commerce that actually basically came to us this summer and started talking about building that sort of capacity and perhaps them filling those kinds of roles, maybe, but we kind of, I don't think that we pursued that conversation much further. But I think we're likely to not be the driving players in some of the things that Lisa's identifying, in my opinion, unless it's very sector specific, like agriculture. And then the other model is initiative based. Like if we had a strategy and vision, that says that is goal oriented. So, as Director Amir said, if in 10 years we want to have more land in production and a higher value per hectare, so that ag plan and ag strategy is going to require a lot of economic development tactics and supports, I think, to achieve it. And it may be the same if we said, hey, let's start Comox Valley Community Forest, and we're going to try to pick up a share in Mosaic and other forest companies and start deriving more benefits to the communities from our surrounding lands. Same in agriculture. I think our resource sector is worth looking at, because a lot of our resource sector, I'm not sure, is maximizing benefits from the resource to our local communities as it currently stands. And then you've got the tech world. So, I mean, you can really span across a number of areas. But I know where we had success on Hornby is that we actually, from a community economic development perspective, we're an island of 1,000 people. We had 550 people completing a survey and series of sessions around trying to prioritize what they saw as the needs on an economic development perspective. And that's how some of these themes, like support for the arts, like housing, which was never considered an ECDEV thing, like the high fiber or better telecommunication, those things were all identified in the top 10 out of 120 suggestions I think we had, but people could rank them. So if I want to abide by the residents of Royston and Union Bay and Fanny Bay, doing a deep engagement around what they see as those communities' needs and priorities, I think to me could be worth doing, rather than to, I think, necessarily go back into a model that will probably put the municipalities in the driving seats around, like workforce and those kind of things. I think rural areas have, I think it'd be nice to see their voices more prevalent so we better understand what they see as the needs.
Good points, thanks. Back to you, Jan.
I thank you very much. Those are excellent comments. And I think that as Director Harper mentioned, kind of, maybe a key question is bottom up versus top down. Is this something, the idea of rural economic development is Hornby Island being an example then of a very successful economic development society that's come together. They kind of have taken their marching orders from the community, as it were, like what's important for us. And I'm sure that over the course of that, I think the discussions, like there was kind of more quote unquote expert opinion brought in and stuff to help kind of with that, inform that discussion. But having that information come from the community is maybe a way forward to help directors understand kind of, A, is there a need for a service? And then B, or for some kind of function, whether we think of that as a separate service in the terms of establishing bylaw and all that, or simply kind of, something that you can kind of do as part of another existing function. But is there a need for a function? And then if there is, kind of, what should the focus be? What should it do? Kind of, and I think that that I would wager that the ones that are most successful out there are the ones that have kind of said, we are going to create this service in response to an identified set of needs, and we're going to keep focused on those, as opposed to more of a shotgun effect of, well, we've got tech, we've got agriculture, we've got forestry, we've got, let's give them all something. You know what I mean? So that's one idea. And the other thing too was in the sense of kind of as elected officials, as the elected area directors for the electoral areas, is there a shared vision? Is there a shared sense of priorities? So Director Humer, you've talked about kind of the agricultural sector and the importance of the productivity of the land and the workforce. And I wonder if, I know each of the areas is a little bit different, but are there kind of, whenever we think of any shared service, we can think that it's almost like one of those Venn diagrams. I mean, there's kind of three different circles, each area in this case is going to have its own interest, but there's going to be some overlap. Where is that overlap? And that may be something that would give directors a sense of whether there's an impetus to create some kind of shared function in this.
Well, I mean, I certainly see overlap, but I'm a bit concerned that not everybody feels the same way. So yeah, I mean, I keep hearing from, at least a couple of the areas that, resource management, maybe I'll call it that, instead of just ag or forestry. And then workforce, like supporting the workforce, whether that be through job creation or just, needs of the workforce.
Okay. If I may, sorry.
Yep, no, go ahead.
I didn't raise my hand this time. Yeah, the workforce is an interesting topic, right? Because right now we're not talking about people, which often is the case in rural economic development, of people looking for jobs and the lack of work. Right now in this era, we sort of have the opposite problem, right? Where a lot of employers are struggling for a labor force. And I don't know how the next 2 years are going to go on that. October 23rd is marked on my calendar. That's when the CERB payments and such are that's the end of it, the end of the line. And I don't know what that's going to do to the labor market. So I would say, I don't know if we're heading into recession, stagflation. There's so many big questions that I would struggle to start a labor program right now with all the uncertainties. But I know that our businesses have clearly identified they need support in the short term. So that's a tough one. But in terms of broad orientation for service, so I try to think longer term, 10, 20 years. What are some of those commonalities to rural areas that are likely to remain? Absolutely. If I did think regionally rather than just think about Union Bay and what I think are my drivers in my area, sure, the food, the ag, the forestry, the aquaculture, those are all things that are deserving of attention of local government to sustain them. They're all facing many risks and opportunities in the years ahead. And they're very specific to rural areas. So at the minimum, it would be very easy to explain to residents why and how we're working in those areas. So I wouldn't say I'm not amenable to something that is shared, but I'm also, it's the two minds, right, of also thinking very specifically about what residents of Union Bay and Fanny Bay and Royston may expect. And I think they would love to see that something a little more grassroots and that they can feel and touch rather than something that's more out there with kind of more faceless.
And I wonder, Chair Hamir and others, are there, oh, go ahead. Director Grieve.
Thank you very much. I'll make my statements very guarded. Otherwise, we'll be here at 9 o'clock tonight. I've listened to all this, and I've been totally unconvinced about any benefit of a rural economic development, especially when everything comes with dogmatic strings attached. Then you change it into community development or social development or whatever you want to call it. But certainly not economic development. It's not favoring entrepreneurs, not favoring people coming and investing. I think the other point is the fact that some of this conversation should be had at the actual service review. We've got, you know, some fundamental differences of philosophies going on. We definitely have, you know, our own substrate here in our own little districts, and we have that broken down into different neighborhoods, and we just saw Dove Creek here today. So it's not an easy one, but I think we haven't even waited for the beast to die yet. It's just the beast is still dying. And are we talking about another function? Are we talking about rescinding 550 or putting it into deep sleep? We've got, you know, I go in my notes of the Gord McIntosh facilitated ECDEV thing here, and whatever it is, it comes with strings attached. You know, if you're going to have tourism, that has to be active tourism, so the people are actually participating in building the trails. Or if we're going to, you know, we're not going to expand the airport because airplanes pollute. You know, we've got people moving here over 60, and a certain councillor said we don't need any more older people here. So, you know, I'm absolutely terrified of having, you know, please pardon it, but you know, local politicians at the reins of this sort of thing, because I think they totally, you know, with maybe a little bit of an exception, they really don't understand the psyche of business, the psyche of money. So we're all dancing around all these pretty subjects. It's great. But I look at what Area C needs, and I think, you know, I like the idea of expanding our rural community grant system. That still gives a little bit of authority to the actual electoral area director. You know, I look at Area C, we already have mechanisms in place. We got Mount Washington, which has its own economic development, or at least tourism attraction. The ag plan is coming, food hub underway. Well, those are, you know, you got tourism and agriculture. Well, that kind of takes care of Area C right there a little bit. And let's be serious. Everybody works in the city of Courtenay pretty much. So maybe there's a possibility of engaging in economic development with the city under contract to a certain degree. You know, things like that without getting too grandiose here. I think that, you know, frankly, we just don't have the expertise. We don't have the acumen to deal with this stuff. And it's obvious to me, it's lost on most of the people around this table. And, you know, I understand social development. I'm very much on the left of center when it comes to social issues. But in fiscal ones, I'm more on the right of center. And I don't see this bringing too much value except for a handful of people. So quite frankly, I have been unmoved, and I still hold the position that I'm not interested. I think we can do it through the programs we have in place already. Put our money into that. If we need an agricultural coordinator, that's going to cost more than 30K, then let's get one. Let's move ahead on these things that really matter without too much meddling, please. Thank you.
Director Arbour.
Thanks. With all respect, due respects to Director Grieve, I don't know how you failed to be impressed by an annual investment of 60,000 on Hornby that brought indirect investment 25 million, including working closely with the regional district to potentially bring fiber optic to the island, which all the rural areas say is one of the key components of economic development. If you fail to be impressed by those kinds of initiatives and successes in our own region, I would say that you may be the one who's not quite getting the intent of economic development and what our rural residents expect. I also appreciate that it sounds like you do not want to pursue this, and in some ways, because I have varying interests, it might drive me to think more about my own area and potentially a service specific to that area, which would allow collaboration with the municipalities or whomever else. So I find, yeah, you may be unmoved by our discussion, but I'm unmoved by your intervention. Thank you.
I'll just say ditto. Go ahead.
Oh, no, so those are, thank you for both those comments, Director Grieve, Director Arbour. I think that all of those are legitimate perspectives, and it's legitimate to not want to participate. It's legitimate to participate in every service that we have at the regional district level is going to be a coalition of the willing, if I can use that term. It's always going to be, well, not every service, some services are required, but we're dealing with services here that are voluntary. So when we're dealing with voluntary services, there needs to be, anybody who wishes to participate in that service needs to understand and kind of accept and support the rationale for that. So we then look at, okay, if one particular area is not interested in proceeding, then we look at other options, and we've got 2 other areas that may wish to proceed, and that's good too. So, but it always comes back to, again, irrespective of the number of participants that we get in an area and the service area of that particular service, it all comes back to kind of finding that shared vision, finding that purpose, finding the rationale for government to be involved in that, and then structuring the service to kind of meet that vision, identify those goals and meet those goals, and kind of satisfying that rationale. So one of the areas of commonality that both Director Grieve and Director Arbour talked about, though, was this notion of kind of bottom up, this idea of like, let's hear from the people who are going to be paying for this service and also who would be benefiting both directly and indirectly from the service. Let's hear from them what some of the needs are, and then maybe we can determine collectively or individually how to proceed on that.
I guess the question around that is, does that require that full in-depth survey that Director Arbour was alluding to that happened on Hornby? Or is a bottom-up, can an advisory group also be a bottom-up? Just wondering if you or even Lisa have comments about those 2 models.
I think both are my own view, and then I'll let Lisa comment, but my own view is that both of those are legitimate approaches. I think that committees are, if they're chosen in a way or selected in a way that's representative of the community and of the sectors involved, I think they can be quite credible in that sense. I think there's also value in that more direct approach, and maybe a little bit of both. And there also may be, and as Director Grieve mentioned, that there is kind of the individual electoral area granting function. Maybe there's even a middle ground where each area has its grants and it does its own thing while there's some broader exploration going on, either for 2 areas or for 3 areas or for 1 area. And that broader exploration can be through some kind of advisory group that is put together to canvass people and to bring ideas forward, or it can be more direct in that sense as it was on Hornby Island. Hornby is a little bit easier to do that more direct, I suspect, because it's a very geographically concentrated area with lots of people in that area, but it doesn't mean that it can't be done in other places.
Thanks. Lisa, I don't know if you had any comment on sort of the approaches of how to do the bottom up.
I would agree with Helen.
Okay, great, thanks. Director Arbor?
And I wouldn't nix continued conversations with what emerges in the next couple of years in the municipalities. And I definitely don't want to lose the comment I made, which is one of my top comments around, especially in regards to Area A with Comox First Nation. I've already had some great dialogues with the Economic Development Officer in Cumberland, and I see a lot of things that they're working on that are quite relevant to Area A. I expect the same will happen with Courtney and Comox as their economic development offices are set up. So for me, to use a Dr. Grief quote, it may be hard to launch, in 2022. But if we have a vehicle or some method to keep those conversations going, that would also inform what ultimately emerges in the rural areas. We also know that the tourism discussion around whether it will be a fully regional proposal or not is ongoing. And that's something that would be part of the economic development basket for the rural areas that wish to participate in that. So it'd be great to be able to do a little more advancing of what it could look like and keep those conversations going. Because it is an option to do nothing. I think Lisa is right. Things will fall through the cracks. For me, I can always go back to residents and have a conversation. Is it okay to let it sit for a few years and focus on planning and engineering and all those big topics we have in the South area? But at the same time, if there's a space for needs, as Alan and Lisa both said, my personal opinion is there are needs, but it may not be the opinion of all the residents there, right? So, so I think doing that scoping piece would be worthwhile for sure before either decommitting ourselves from a function or committing ourselves to a new function.
Thanks, Director Arbor. Director Grief.
Yeah, as I say, I think, the old horse isn't even quite dead yet. So this may be a little premature going ahead with some kind of a stab at a economic development function just for electoral areas. I do see much more advantage in getting everybody on side together. I mean, the average public doesn't split the Comox Valley up to Comox, Courtney, Cumberland, First Nation, electoral area A, B, C, etc. They look at it as one. So I would not be adverse to keep on talking. I think that might be the way forward right now. Everything's too raw. I mean, we went galloping off looking for weapons of mass destruction and none were found. So I think that there's a lot of hurt feelings in the business community out there, which maybe the elected directors are deaf to. I think that maybe that's the exercise we should go forward with, is just scoping out, what do you want to see for economic development, and make sure that these, it's so too easy for these steering committees and whatever to be shanghaied by the same faces all the time. Even when you have public hearings, you see the same faces all the time. So we have to dig a little bit and find out what the quieter voices have to say about it. But no, I'm not at this point, I'm not willing to lay my lot in with any of it. I think it's best to go forward with the initiatives we got, which address the economic issues that exist. When you talk about, forestry, it's a bit of a different fish here in Vancouver Island with private forest lands. you know, upland resource areas, we have very little input. But that doesn't mean we can't liaison and talk to them. But yeah, I mean, farmers, you know, you get, you ask 10 farmers, you're going to get 10 different opinions. So it's not an easy one. I think the tourism thing, that's going to be one we're going to have to address at the next service review meeting. Very important to keep it going forward, whatever it takes. I said before, RAC is willing to kick in about 80 grand a year to keep that going, whether it's under contract with TVI or through the Courtney and the MRTD and their whatever they want to do with economic development. But you know, there's too many plates in the air. So I would favor putting this on the back burner, but keep the conversation going. Maybe later on after budget, we can go out to the public and do a couple of outreaches and find out what the economics of the electoral areas really are. So yeah, but as far as charging ahead right now, I don't see any RAC participating. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair Hamir. As both Director Grieve and Director Arbor made some really good points. And again, one of the common piece there, I think, is the idea that, if I can kind of put it in slightly different language, today's a bit of a starting point for this discussion. But like everything worthwhile, it doesn't get done in kind of one discussion. And so there's going to be some changes, and we don't know what the end may look like. It may, as Director Arbor said, it may simply kind of confirm for some that there's not a strong rationale for a function, or alternatively, the group may determine by the end of the day that wow, there is a gapping need there, a huge gap to fill, and there's a role for government in that. And collectively, we think we can structure something to do that, or alternatively, two of the three or one of the three thinks there's something to do. But I think that perhaps what's encouraging as the takeaway is that there's at least enough interest to keep talking and to say we need to hear from the community, whether that's through a committee or through some direct or through both of those mechanisms, to understand kind of what those needs are, what those gaps are to fill, and whether a service through the regional district for the electoral areas is the vehicle to fill those.
Thank you for that. I'm just wondering, like, next steps. Do you have recommendations, or do we just stew on this a little bit more? Maybe to staff, how, I don't know. Yeah.
So
they're all pointing to you, Alan.
Okay,
so,
well,
okay.
well, I think in terms of next steps, I think that what we've identified today is that there's not enough impetus to go forward right to the end point, but there needs to be some additional discussions. So perhaps maybe the best way to proceed with this is to say, and as Director Grieve has mentioned, there's a whole other process going on right now that we're all eager to see the end of. And so we're going to wait to see where that goes. But perhaps maybe what is important over the next little while is for staff or others to come back to directors to this table and say, we've heard the discussion. We kind of have a sense of what the concerns are. We have a sense of what some possibilities are. One of the key takeaways from the discussion is the need to broaden the tent a little bit and bring some voices in. So here is a suggested modest process going forward on how we may start to kind of bring some voices to the table. And the timetable can be fairly flexible in that, depending on other processes and so forth. But here's a process going forward. Does this satisfy kind of the desire of some parties around the table to want to move quickly, but also kind of respect the desire of other parties to say, let's not move too quickly?
Yeah, no, I think that's probably a great step forward. I'm just looking at stuff because I'm wondering what resources we still may have, like what staff capacity is right now. If there was going to be some kind of public consultation or a bringing together of advisory group, do we actually have the budget to do so? And obviously you don't need to have that answered now unless you have some numbers, but I wasn't sure what was committed beyond, you know, the current discussions we're having at the service review.
Yeah, I think what staff resources we have now is people power in Lisa and the support that she gets from the rest of us to do reports, analysis, or studies for you to help inform you as to where or if you want to go, and to make that decision before next year's budget and work plan year. So those are the resources we have available now. We don't have money because the economic development function is for this year is one with the rest of the participants or otherwise. But in consideration of subsequent years, you know that you have a requisition now towards economic development that may be available in the event that you want to undertake further analysis or study in subsequent years. And you know that you have somebody in Lisa that is here to support the service if that's what your desire is. So
okay,
that's why it's very worthwhile to have this conversation, to hear what your ideas are and what the potential is. You know that the municipalities are doing the same thing with respect to this, right? They're getting organized and prepared. And that doesn't mean that you're working in absence of them, but it means you're formulating what it is that you as rural areas want to do. So you can have those conversations on partnering with them or going on it on your own. So we're very much here to support you between now and December in terms of people power to help you formulate what or if you want to work together as rural directors.
okay, thanks for that clarification. Director Arbor, is that a new hand up? And then I'll go to Director Reeve.
Yeah, thanks. Based on what I heard today, I would like staff to consider that I would like to at least have the opportunity in 2022 to have resources to explore the future of economic development in regards to area-based participation. I realize we don't quite know what's going to happen to Function 550, but myself, even if and I don't know if 550 gets broken up, if there are processes so that Area A and Area B and Area C can have their own functions. I think we see a little bit of fracturing, but I don't know if we had to go to public assent for these things. So there's a lot of fundamental questions that weren't addressed today that will stay in my mind because, for example, in 2022, I could definitely, if there are resources available that I don't have to go to the full regional board, but say that I want to engage directly in a conversation with Comox First Nation economic development around the potential for future collaboration, and I want to resource that from ECDEF dollars, I would like that opportunity to be there, whether it's an area A, B, C function or just an area A. I want to survive this so that we can literally keep talking with resources and not just end up with our hands empty and not having any channel to engage with anybody, with the municipalities, or no resources, just being, regional director. So that's something I care about.
Is that a motion that you just made for staff to come back with a report looking at what resources we'd have for 2022?
Yeah, I'll move that.
Okay, and I will second that just so that we can bring it on the discussion table. Director Grieve, was that to speak to this specifically, or do you? Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Okay, so I've heard that we're alluding to a new service, so we have to get a service establishment bylaw through public assent to do this? Or can we just morph 122, 121, and 123 and use that as an interim funding
Yeah, I think it's early yet. We need to know what it is you want to do in order to inform you how to do it, right? First step is, what do you want to do? And knowing what you want to do, then we can say, well, here are the options for the mechanism by which we make that happen.
Because I think our marching orders are clear. We've got the food hub, the ag plan, and whatever we can scrape together to keep the tourism function going forward, at least in the interim. I have heard from Comox that, categorically they're not they're not ruling out any possibility of a future cooperation with ECDEV or tourism. But right now, there's just too many raw feelings, and it's going to take a few years for that to settle down. So what we're looking for is just an intern, the way I see it. And if we can move forward on the agricultural plan and spend some resources and some capacity there, I think that goes a long way. And we did put an up arrow on that one, I think, at our strategic planning. So, you know, that's moving in the right direction, rather than fumbling around for some other, you know, golden plan that may or may not exist at this point, and then all get voted out of office in October next year.
Thanks, Director Brief. And if I can speak to this motion, you know, as Daniel mentioned, you know, one of his priorities to work with KFN, one of my priorities would be to look at getting a young agrarians land matcher here in the Comox Valley. The one that the community's been relying on has been based on the South Island, and I think we're missing many opportunities for lands that are being held by owners who are either not farming or who have aged out of farming. I think we're losing a lot of opportunities there, and I would hope that the other areas might also be interested in that, but I would certainly want to spearhead that. So I hope staff are kind of taking note of some of the interests. That would obviously require some funds in that, whatever function whether it be still in 550 or in whatever. So maybe we'll just vote on that motion so that we can get that off the table. Is anyone opposed for staff to look into? Oh, sure.
Can you repeat the motion, please?
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, sorry.
Thanks, Chair. So the motion is that staff bring back a report regarding resources needed for 2022 for economic development.
Maybe rural economic development?
Economic development.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Does that sound okay? Yeah, Director
In
Arber?
favor. In
Yeah.
favor.
Okay, so all three of us are in favor and that carries. Thank you. I guess before we receive Alan's presentation, is there anything left, do you think, to be said?
No, Madam Chair, thank you for that. Yeah, my role today really was simply to kind of start the discussion, as it were, and I think that the group has got pretty much as far as it's going to get today, I think, and now we'll look forward to future discussions.
Right, thank you. I really appreciate you corralling all three of us and with the differing opinions, so thank you for that. So on receipt of Alan's sort of presentation and bringing us together, is anyone opposed? And that is carried. Thank you. Let me just go back to the agenda. I think we've already there's no in camera. We've already covered the agenda, I believe. Yeah, okay. And so someone want
Move
to
termination.
Yes. Moved and seconded. And anyone opposed? And that is carried. Thank you, everybody. I know it was a long day, but very enjoyable. Thanks. Thank you.
Is Courtney Council at the door waiting to come in?
No, they're not.
Bye.
Bye.